Welcome everybody to our first full council briefing.
Right.
Good practice. Welcome again everybody to our first council briefing, this is on Wednesday the 3rd of December 2025, coming from Mangawhai today. And I think we might have a few elected members that are possibly still en route.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just checking to see if I get some details from that, but hopefully they'll be on their way.
So just for the new elected members, in a briefing and a workshop, we aren't covered by standing orders, so there's less formality. But we have a lot to get through today, and so we've got a quite tight program. So I'll try and run it quite tight. If you don't get to ask everything that you want to ask, or other things come up afterwards, that can always be dealt with via an email. How would you like to arrange that, Mr. Maris, if people have further inquiry after the meeting?
Mr. Mayor, if there are a number of items that we need to get some direction from you today. It'd be preferable to get as much direction as we possibly can in the open briefing so that you're clear on what that is. If there are further questions, then we can take them by email. But yeah.
Because of the tightness of the arrangement with our compressed schedule, we've got a very, very tight turnaround from the briefing through to the December meeting. It's not normally like this. We normally have our briefing at the beginning of the month and have our meeting with decision papers informed by the direction of the council taken from the briefing. In this case, we've got a one-day turnaround, so we'll do the best we can. And the structure that we'll use is we'll have our presenters, and then if there is no doubt be questions, we'll have some questions, and then we'll move on and give direction to staff on our thoughts on the matter, and any preference around options, making sure that we're not actually voting as such. We're not making the decision here, but we're giving a bit of a steer to staff so we don't unnecessarily go out and document options that are not going to fly once we come to make a decision without predetermining the outcome. All right. Okay, so first up we have an external presenter, which is Steve Mutton from the New Zealand Transport Authority. According to this, I thought it was an agency.
It's definitely an agency.
Let it be an agency for now. I'll ask Steve to introduce himself, tell us what he does, and make his presentation. Thank you very much, Steve. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing me along this morning. It's always great to get up to the mighty Kaupapa, the Mangawhai here. And it's really good to see you all again. So I thought it was just a great opportunity to come and meet and greet those new elected members, and to just give you a little bit of an overview around NZTA, what we do, who we are, etc., etc. So I'm Steve Mutton, the Director of Regional Relationships for Auckland and Northland, and my role is, I guess, I champion your district, I champion Northland in terms of our organisation. So I'm the senior person that you can reach out to that can take your insights and build them into our decision making. So our chief executive and our board can't be everywhere all the time. So I am that person that you can reach out to, and I have a great relationship with the mayor and with your chief executive in terms of working together on the challenges, the issues and the opportunities that we're facing together. So I thought I'd just quickly run through, look, you've had the pack, so I won't go through it word for word, but I just sort of wanted to just pull out a few key things, if that's all right. I think we've got sort of 25 minutes as such. I'll try and get through this quickly. Happy to take any questions that you may have. So first of all, what we do, NZTA Waka Kotahi is a complex organisation, but I guess it sort of boils down to these roles here. We're a planner, which means that we actually work with your planners in the district, especially around your spatial planning. So we have planners that look 50 years out and making sure that we're going to be building an infrastructure which serves our future generations. We're an investor. we actually fund 63% of your roading network. So councils have a local share, NZTA invest into the network. So 63% of all your budget for roading comes from NZTA. We're also a regulator. So if you look outside, the cars that go past, warrant of fitnesses, registrations, buses, logging trucks, they're all regulated by NZTA. We make sure that the road's safe for people to use. We're a deliverer, so we maintain the state highways, we build big infrastructure projects like the Northern Corridor, which I'll talk about a little bit later on. We're also asset manager to make sure that we keep the state highway in an appropriate, safe and reliable condition, and also a customer service provider. So that means we engage with customers around driver licensing, queries they have around registrations, et cetera, et cetera. So as I say, a very complex business. Some of these roles in here are sort of ring-fenced outside our organisation, but as an example, our planning role and the asset manager and delivery role is just like your council as an RCA, and the regulator and the investor are quite separate in terms of the business. So I've already gone through this, but I guess a couple of other ones is around the rail safety. We also have really focused on rail safety in terms of making sure that the organisations and using the rail system do it in a safe manner, and that road users and the rail users use that network safe. NZTA is a Crown entity. It's a little bit different to a lot of other Crown agencies or Crown or government departments. So we are governed by the Land Transport Management Act, which means we deliver for the government. So we have a Minister of Transport, the Honourable Chris Bishop, and we deliver what the government of the day requires us to deliver on. And I'll talk a little bit that in a moment. But under the LTMA, there's three core functions: the investment, infrastructure, regulation, which I've just covered off. Now, the National Land Transport Fund. This is always really complicated for people come new to the industry, to the sector. And to try and explain this a little bit more, so the NLTF revenue, so National Land Transport Fund, gets its revenue from fuel exercise duty, which is when you fill up your petrol tank. There's a tax that comes off that. There's also road user charges for those who's driving diesels will pay a RUC and from the trucks, etc. That's about 90% of our revenue. The rest is just bits and pieces. So all that money goes into the NLTF, and it's like I'll call it a pie in terms of example. So it's a pie, and what's happening over time is that pie is actually getting smaller. So what's happening is that the fleet's becoming more efficient. So therefore, they're not using as much fuel, so we don't get as much fuel exercise duty. There's more electric vehicles. So previously, they weren't paying any road user charges. So as people migrated to electric vehicles, we were getting no revenue, yet they were using the road like everyone else. So over time, the pie shrunk. Now, in terms of when the government comes in, and I'll talk about that shortly, the government tells NZTA how many pieces they want us to cut that pie into, and that's called the activity class. So the previous government had lots of activity classes, including light rail in Auckland, etc. So a lot of that pie was cut into many pieces. The current government's been very clear in the government policy statement to say that they've cut the pie into less pieces, but the bigger pieces. That's what's important to communities, and especially for Northland. I'll go into a little bit more detail shortly. So what happens every 3 years, there's a National Land Transport Plan that's developed, and that's where all the projects go in. They get allocated to the activity class expenditure, and then 63% of that money will go through to COPRA for you to do your work that was agreed through the NLTP. So but once you get to understand the method and how it works, it's very clear. A lot of the NLTF money also goes to road policing expenditure and rail expenditure as well. So just to talk about the government policy statement. So as mentioned, when the government comes in, every 3 years, they write a government policy statement. If you're really interested in transport, it's a really good read. I recommend you to do it. It's a fairly short document. It talks about what the government's priorities are over the next 3 to 10 years. And it talks about how big that pie is, how they're going to cut the pie into pieces, and how big each of that piece of pie is. So it's very clear where the investments.
It's designed to come out in conjunction with every 3-year election.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's out of sync with the local body elections, which is challenging for councils when they do their long-term plans. But generally, when there is election, there's a change of government, there will be a new GPS written normally. But it's typically done on a three-year cycle, slightly after the elections. So current transport priorities for Northland under the GPS is economic growth, maintenance, safety, and value for money. Very clear 4 priorities that the minister wants us to deliver on. And this is really aligned with Northland, and it's really aligned with Kaipara. You know, with your huge growth, you know, it's important we get that economic growth in the region. We have a stronger connection through to Auckland. Maintenance, you know, the network's been deteriorating over time. So a huge investment by this government in maintenance. And I think Kaipara's had additional $30 million put into maintenance as opposed to previous years. And safety, the government policy statement's very clear around we focus on enforcement. So this is about the police doing much better enforcement or more enforcement around speeding, drink driving, and drug use impairment, distraction, and seatbelts, all the things that we know in our region that are causing harm. And of course, everything we do has that value for money lens.
So just on that safety aspect there, do you direct each individual district to where the motorists are failing in safety? Do you direct the police to concentrate on that, or is it just a national policy for all of the police?
Yeah, it's a really good question. So we have a national policy for the police, and it's very clear that we specify what we want to focus on along with the government, and there is a performance payment tied to that, which is the first time we've seen that, and that's really seen the police focus, and we've seen them achieve much better results, especially around drink driving. What we do is that I have a very strong relationship with the roadie manager in this region, in this district, both in Auckland and in Northland, and we talk about what is the high-risk areas and where is it that we need to focus. So police are not just driven on those areas where there's low-hanging fruit, they are very focused on what are the critical risks and what are they going to focus on in terms of that.
Because where I'm coming from, 40% counties involved not wearing restraints in Northland.
Correct.
And it's hugely out of proportion to the rest of the country. So.
Correct. So, yep. So, road policing manager for Northland is very focused on impairment and seatbelts. In fact, NZTA, I don't know if you saw the NPC match a couple of months ago between Northland and Canterbury, where we had the black stripe across the jersey that looked like a seatbelt. It created a lot of conversations in the pubs, which is exactly where we want the conversations to happen. So the Regional Land Transport Committee and the RLTP plan is a critical document for council. This is where all the councils in Northland get together under the Northland Regional Council to develop a plan that sets out all the priorities, all the roading priorities for the next 3 and 10-year period. So this is something that needs to be done next year. So we're at that time where a new NLTP has to be in place in 2027. So the process starts about now. So our teams are working together, starting to talk about, well, what are the key priorities that we need? And I know, Rachel, that I think you're on the RTC, so it'd be great to have you there. The State Highway Investment Proposal, that is NZTA's bid into the RLTP. So this is the projects that NZTA is saying we're committed to, that we want to deliver in this next 3-year period. Now, how it works is that there's 13 regions throughout New Zealand. Each region does their regional land transport plan. it's their wish list or what they want to invest in over that period. So when we get 13 of them throughout the country, when you add up all their bids, it's always oversubscribes what's the money available in the National Land Transport Fund. I think last period, there's about $5 billion worth of projects oversubscribed. So we do have to prioritise it. So what NZTA do is that we take the government policy statement, we look at what the government wants to prioritise, and then we evaluate all the projects and all the RLTPs against that GPS and that criteria. And then what we do is we put them into the activity classes, which is all those pieces of pies I talked about. And then we just run down the list until we run out of money, and then we cut the list off. So look, it's really important that the projects that we do put in for funding really align with the government policy statement, because it means that they have a higher chance of getting funded compared to everywhere else in New Zealand. So it's got to align with economic growth, it's got to align with stopping your network deteriorating, it's about making sure that we're keeping our people safe on our roads, and it's value for money. I talked about the fire assistance rate. So this is, each council has a different fire assistance rate, which is a contribution that they put into the eroding budgets. So with Kaipara, at 63%, it ranges throughout Northland, but the average is around about that 62%. We've got Far North slightly higher, we've got Whangarei that's quite a bit low. Talked about those. Look, the current period we're in for the National Land Transport Program, the 2024-27, saw a record investment in Northland. We don't break it down too much into regions as such. We look at it Northland as a whole. So previous years, previous NLTPs was around 600 million. This last period that we're currently at 991 million, absolutely a record investment. And, you know, the government, central government was listening. People were talking about their road conditions, so huge investment in road maintenance, fixing potholes, and also economic growth, especially with the Northern Corridor through there.
Wouldn't fixing potholes come under general maintenance or maintenance operations?
Yeah, that's how it's been done in the past. Everything was just lumped into a maintenance activity class, but this government wanted to make it really clear to New Zealanders who've been complaining about potholes for a long time that they were serious about this, so they just split that into two activity classes or two pieces of the pie. We could have rolled it up, but it's actually a good way for us. Well, the minister wants us to report it this way, so he gets that visibility that we, NZTA and councils, are actually focused on potholes, but it also includes the resealing as well. That it's not just fixing potholes, it's actually making sure that you do the resealing on the surface to prevent potholes happening the following year.
Steve, has any of that got to do with the new to Tahana?
Very little of it.
It's district.
Yep, very little of it. So this is how we're tracking. It's in your pack. Your chief executive is all over this. So you'll see we're slightly behind on the run rate, but that's because we're just moving into the construction season now. So the better weather, we get more work done. And also you've just started a lot of your slip work. So, you know, this is critical. We keep an eye on this, because what happens at the end of the 3-year period, if you don't spend it, you lose it. You can't carry it over unless it's already committed. So it's really important that councils do deliver on their run rates, and the minister is very interested in this. I'll just quickly, in 5 minutes, just quickly run through a couple of projects for you. The Northern Corridor is obviously one that will be a high interest. So a 100-kilometre stretch of new highway connecting Warkworth through to Whangarei. This is a road of national significance. There's 17 of these around the country, 3 of which are in the Northland region. So we're calling it stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. Stage 1 is the Aratahuna Warkworth to Tahana. Stage 2 is Tahana to Port Marsden Highway. Stage 3 is Port Marsden Highway to Whangarei. These are progressing really, really well. We've structured this quite different within our organisation. We've got dedicated teams that are delivering this at pace. The government's got very high expectations around some of the milestone dates, and we're on track to meet those. So the first stage, Warkworth to Tahana, We are currently negotiating with 3 consortia for a PPP model, public-private partnership model. We're evaluating those 3 bids now. Early next year, we will be then selecting a preferred consortia to work with. We will then negotiate with them and have financial close sort of the end of July, mid-year, and look to have construction start enabling works and design sort of end of next year. So yeah, really working at pace. You would have seen a lot of drilling rigs in your area as we've been doing a lot of boreholes to understand the geotech, to make sure that our design is well informed and our bids are very accurate in terms of the geology.
What's your estimated time of completion for the run for TR, Steve?
So we're still working through that. So we're still working through that as part of the tender evaluations. Obviously, it's a big project. It's a huge project. We've got 2 large tunnels there. So it's going to be a number of years. So we're just working through that. So we always count projects in terms of construction seasons because that's when you get the most earthworks done. So yeah, it's a large number of years. So the next stage, 2 and 3, Te Hana Te Whangarei update. What we're doing with stage 2 and 3, our focus is to get it root protected. That's the next key step. So the investment case has been approved by the NZTA board. We are now working really hard to come up with our preferred route and then to designate that route through all the legislative requirements. So we're looking towards the end of next year of coming out and saying this is our preferred route and this is the route that will be designated. We are focusing on the Brinduans though. We know we've all got resilience issues there. We know the impact that it has on Mangawhai here whenever the Brinduans is closed. So we appreciate your patience. Thank you. So we are pulling Brinduans out and focusing on that. We're doing the detailed design for the Brinduans so that if when the funding becomes available, we can move at pace on that. Your township would have been chaos a couple of weekends ago when we closed the Brinduans for that weekend. Look, the crews did a fantastic job. We were planning to do it on 2 4-day weekends. They got it nailed in the first one, which was fantastic. It was a shaky start with a bit of rain, but they really pulled out all stops. All credit to the crews. There's a couple of stats in here I thought you'd be interested in. The amount of 3,800 tonnes of asphalt. We actually had 28,000 kilometres of truck kilometres travelled to bring that asphalt to site. So 115 round trips by the big trucks carrying that asphalt. So yeah, it was a big operation, big logistical operation.
Where were they coming from?
From plants in Silverdale and Penrose. Maintenance operations, as mentioned, a record investment in this. It's going to be another busy summer coming up for the next 12 months as we work through our Forward Works program. We're going to be delivering 205 lane kilometres of reseal. We sort of did similar to that last year, but this one's just a little bit more. Look, there's a link in there. If you're interested in receiving updates on when work is scheduled in your region and your district, please sign up to that newsletter and you'll get those sent through to you there. Thank you, Chair.
Very much.
We'll take questions.
We've got time for a few questions. If there's anyone else wanting to ask questions,
I did notice there with the cycling, I just want to raise some protocol. Obviously, we have a lot of cyclists that cycle from Dargaville to Hopeful Point to catch the QP2. Is there going to be, and I did ask this question in a prior meeting about the sealing of our road from Ariari to the point, because the problem that we have down there is the amount of cyclists cycling in the middle of the road on an extremely busy little highway of farmers that drive like. My concern, and always has been, that it's quite dangerous because a lot of the cyclist potholes that we do have on the loose middle road are consistently going right off into the middle of the road, don't even know the road. And we do have a lot of locals that tend to drive like it's a race course. So my question is there going to be anything within that funding to seal based on what I've seen, you know, that the focus is safety, the focus is cycling. Is that likely to be in the pipeline, given that we are wanting to encourage more cyclists to our area, tourism? I'm the founder of the Potal Lighthouse Challenge, so we run an event down there, which is cycling. But I am a little bit concerned around the health and safety risk of older cyclists that do tend to do that long ride. And by the time they get to the point, they're so stuck, they don't even care if they're in the middle of the road. So there is signage, and I do acknowledge the team for putting signage up there. But the ceiling would obviously make it a lot safer for them, given that we've got a lot more traffic on that road now.
No, kia ora. And yeah, I acknowledge all the challenges that we have in the region. You know, it's important that we keep cyclists safe. They're a vulnerable user. So in terms of the government policy statement, you know, they're very clear around where the money needs to be spent, and it's around the economic development. So the big money is going into connecting regions, getting the freight moving more efficiently, promoting business growth. It's around maintenance. So yeah, it's about actually making sure that the road network doesn't deteriorate. So my suggestion would be, with Rachel through the Regional Transport Committee, when they're developing the new Regional Land Transport Plan, that is certainly an area that you should be looking at if you think it's a priority for your region. There is allowance for seal extensions throughout the network, if it's a priority. Yeah, but there's typically hasn't been a lot of money around for that, but it's up to the region to determine, you know, where the benefit is.
One more question, Councillor Lambert, thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Steve, just the stage one of the harm to Warkworth. I noticed there's a in the plans here there's a interchange at Wavy. Well, if I pronounce that right, yeah. Is there any chance that we may get stage 1A and 1B, or will it all be done as one?
Yeah, for stage one, which is Warkworth to Tahana, we'll be doing that as one project under a PPP model. So this is, you know, the reason why we put all three stages together was to make sure we had size and scale, to attract some, you know, big players, not only from a construction perspective, but also the resources needed in New Zealand to build the pipeline of work that the government's investing in.
Because the big fear is once they come off the motorway and go on to the State Highway 1 or the GO track, the perception of motorists' mind haven't changed from, and they tend to become a bit of a killing zone at each end.
Yes, we're very aware of that.
The upgrading of Dome Valley was to prevent that from happening a lot.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, no, we're very mindful of that. Our design engineers make sure that when we come back onto the motorway, back onto the state highway, that it would be the level of service will not suddenly change significantly, but it'll be done in a safe way.
Well, thanks very much, Steve. Appreciate you coming and talking to us.
Thank you. If you ever need me, please give me a call. Thank you.
Just seeing as we had several new elected members who were late this morning, which is fine. I just wanted to give you a little bit of a description of what we're doing here in our, since this is our first proper briefing. So we only operate under standing orders in our council meetings and committee meetings. So this is a bit more of an informal forum, and we'll have a lot of presenters and you can ask questions. And then what staff are looking for with items that are coming up on our decision-making agenda in the meetings is some form of direction from us to give them a steer on where we think things might be going to go a little bit. We're very careful that we're not making decisions in a briefing or a workshop, but just giving some direction if anyone wants to give that to staff. So we'll still kind of follow a similar structure. We'll just have our presenters, then we will have questions. Depending on time frame, sometimes I'll hold the questions until they've finished their presentation, and sometimes we'll just allow questions throughout. However, if you can direct your questions through me, then I can sort of manage the meeting from a efficiency and an order perspective. So if you want to ask a question of presenters, just put your hand up. I'll note it. If I miss you, Kelly or Jason will prompt me, and I'll just run through them in the order that people want to ask questions. If we start running out of time, I'll probably go. We'll just get through the presentation and take any questions we've got time for at the end. Because this time frame for council briefings and meetings is so compressed from our delayed swearing-in ceremony, we're turning this particular briefing around in one day, our decisions onto the agenda for next week. Normally, we would have our briefing at the beginning of the month, and then we've got a couple of weeks for those reports to be prepared for the meeting at the end of the month. So, in the interests of getting through our massive day that we've got today, I'll carry on now. And next up, we have the installation of a monitored gate at Lake Taharoa as a preventative measure against gold clam. And presenting to us today, NRC Councillor John Blackwell and Glynis McCarthy. Thank you very much, John and Glynis.
As my two colleagues from NRC would also like to step, so that's all right.
Yes.
If one of you sit closer to the council, you're ultimately going to be looking at that. John, if you want to go on, I'll pop in at the end.
Introduce your colleagues, please, Glynis. Yeah.
Good morning, my name is Glynis McCarthy and I'm a Community Services Manager here at ABC. And I'm here to just provide some overview to the presentation from my colleagues at NRC. I have Nikki Fitzgibbon, she is the Biosecurity Manager. I have Don McKenzie, and he is the Biosecurity Manager for NRC. And I have John Blackwell, one of the councillors for NRC. I'll take it that the paper has been read, and apologies, we've provided two additional pieces of information alongside this paper. One of those is a memo that I prepared in relation to our conversation that I had on Friday afternoon with Council's legal advisor, and we've also, in the last 24 hours, as far as I understand, we've also uploaded a response from NRC's legal advisors. If I just provide a little bit of a précis, and then I'll pass it over to my colleagues. The NRC are looking to put an automated gate, monitored gate at Lake Taharoa. The purpose of that is to ensure that people are following good preventative measures. So they're washing their boats, they're drying their boats, they're treating their boats. They're doing that in a timely fashion so that there's no chance of them bringing in spores that could potentially lead to an outbreak of freshwater clam in our lake. And the paper really is about a discussion about how that might be moved forward and what are some of the issues that you need to consider to make a good informed decision about next steps. So if I pass it over to Nikki.
Well, I wouldn't mind opening. Yes, thank you. Yes, I'm John Blackwell. I'm a sheep beef farmer in Kaipara. I'm the local NRC councillor from Hankaroo North, Kawerau, Kaipara, and out was Whangarei. John Hunt can't be here today. This is so important to our economy, our pastoral economy, that if these gold clams get into our water systems, it'll cost us heaps. I'm just one beef farmer. I've got enough water line to get from here to Paparoa. I've got hundreds of troughs, hundreds of willcocks. If these things get into them, it'll be chaos. Now, as one councillor here can prove, the size of these things are so small, they're 0.13 in shelf form that can get down the water lines now. So can you demonstrate what size that is? Yeah. So that's small. So if farmers get into the water systems, siphons won't work. That is such a small grid to stop those things getting into your system. It's unachievable. So I'm looking at it from a farmer's point of view. I'm on the executive for Northern Federated Farmers. I'm past president. I'm also been on the chair for Beef and Lamb New Zealand, for this area. And I'm really concerned about this getting out in the district. The lake itself, that's a crime if it gets into there. Of course, I'll let Nikki carry on with that. It's a huge problem. It'll destroy the lakes. I've been up at Lake O'Marfrey last week. I've seen how that's deteriorated too. So I'm really concerned for the lake. I'm concerned about your pastoral economy. And I think your Taura, the main board, does want boats banned from that lake, so I would support that. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Thank you for, appreciate you have a very busy agenda, so I'll try and be a little bit quick. I know that there are some councillors here who maybe haven't heard some of the information, so I'll be very quick and maybe answer questions at the end if there are questions that you have around the biology or any of that other stuff. But in summary, this freshwater invasive clam, we are shifting away from the use of the word gold or gold clam, simply because that it has sort of positive connotations. But Biosecurity New Zealand has sort of provided the direction of invasive freshwater clam, which is what it is. It is a freshwater clam that is highly, highly invasive. It has been in the country since 2023, primarily in the Lake Waikato, so all the way from Lake Maraetai down to the mouth of the Waikato River. So that's quite a long stretch of river that is now considered infected. There is a controlled area notice over that area, and what that does is put in rules that people have to abide by to use that piece of river. So if, for instance, you have a wake boat, which is the strongest rules that they have, if you use it in that river, you are not supposed to move your wake boat from that piece of river. All other recreational use is allowed, but they have to, or they're supposed to check clean dry. So it is a high trust model because there's no real formal compliance along that river. So there's not sort of officers monitoring whether people are doing the right things. It's sort of like a self-reporting or people reporting. So, you know, it is that high trust model. There is, it has now, unfortunately, just recently been found in Lake Rotomanu in Taranaki. And that was not through surveillance, that was actually a child who was at an event. There was a trout release event, Fish and Game, biosecurity officers were there talking about the clam, and this kid said, hey, I've seen that, which, you know, was pretty awesome that, you know, and I think it just shows the value of us being out in the communities and talking about this, is that, you know, because you can't be everywhere, so eyes and ears. But unfortunately, that only works, that detection is after the fact, after it's already there. And with responses like this, no one has been able to eradicate it. They've never been able to eradicate it overseas. They are not, eradication is not considered feasible for the Waikato, given the extent, and they are still trying to decide what management actions they're going to take at Rotomanu. It is a man-made lake. It is a reasonably small size. There is the possibility that they can drain it, but nothing has been said because that obviously has ongoing consequences. Rotomanu itself is a high-use recreational lake, so boaties really like to use that lake. That's the primary use for it. They do have stand-up paddleboards and other things. It's not just a biodiversity impacts. This actually has significant cultural and, importantly, economic impacts overseas. The US alone on this particular species spends $12 billion trying to manage it by suppression. As you can see there, that's a picture of the pipe. So basically these things, they're highly reproductive. They produce 70,000 babies in a year. You only need one because they're hermaphroditic, so they can self-fertilize. And then they just build up in population. And then they're quite short-lived. So then they build up, then they die. That has water quality impacts and, you know, all of those sorts of things. So that's, I guess, the freshwater invasive clam in summary. But our proposal today, which is really what we want to talk to you about in the absence of any other decisions, is the possibility of taking a similar approach to other regions. So Lake Okotaina, down in Rotorua, they have an automated gate. So there is a controlled area notice over Lake Okotaina, which, you know, encourages people to check clean dry and stuff. But they also have a automated gate now. And so users have to, if they want to use that gate, there is time restrictions also on when they can use the lake. They have to go to a specific checkpoint, prove that they've washed, they get a code, and then they can access the lake. So we this year are also putting in place a self-certification system. So this is what Bay of Plenty does for a lot of their lakes. Users have to self-certify that they have cleaned their boats or done the right things, and then they are allowed to use the lakes. The Taurua Lakes Trust they provide the compliance. So they have compliance officers down at the lakes checking registrations, because you get sent a registration and then they can say, oh yeah, that person has self-certified, and then there's no repercussions from there. That is something that we would like to, we're introducing this summer. It will be, because we don't have rules, it's an education approach this summer. So we are hoping to release that later this week in partnership with KDC as well. So encouraging users to have those good biosecurity behaviours. The introduction of an automated gate would just strengthen that, the compliance and the encouragement of behaviours. It's not actually stopping users from using the lake. It just means that they have to certify that they have done these behaviours that we want them to do to be able to protect the lake. Then they're given a code and they can access the lake as per usual. We also have our biosecurity checkpoint, so that is still happening this year. So our Kaimahi, as well as in partnership with Te Roroa and Te Kuihi, will have Kaimahi at the lake every single day from the 19th of December right through to Waitangi weekend. I mean every day, so that includes Christmas and all of these things. So very, very grateful that you know, they're giving up their time to spend with their whānau to help protect this lake. And so what that does is any users with watercraft that want to use the lake, they're pulled aside just at the top there near their gate entrance, and they complete that. We will be checking that they have certified. If they haven't, that's okay. We can start to educate them and say, hey, if you want to use the lake, these are the things that we want you to do beforehand. Go through that with them, clean their vessels or whatever they have with them, and then they're free to go on their way. They're tagged so that the security staff and that sort of after hours, we know that yes, this boat has gone through the checkpoint. If they're not, generally the campground staff in previous years, what our process has been is that if they arrive just outside that time, so there's a short window from about 5 to when the gates close that we don't necessarily have people there, they're asked to please, if you could wait till the morning, and then they come through our checkpoint in the morning. So that's sort of how we manage that part of the process. And it's really about trying to encourage our communities that if you want to come and visit our beautiful lakes, there are just some little steps that you need to do to keep it safe. So that's sort of, I guess, the proposal. In terms of, this is the self-certification. So there will be a big education approach this year. And as well as that, one of the other things that we're putting in place this summer is we've got ambassadors who we've been able to secure ambassadors. So they will be at the lake, but actually across lakes, across Northland. So we'll be at, as we do all our events, but actually we will be targeting other lakes, so Lake Ngātu and some of the other lakes where there are high recreational use. But we will also be canvassing and doing some early engagement with our communities to actually really understand what do our communities want in terms of biosecurity. What do they see? What are their viewpoints? Do they want stronger rules? Do they want different access points? Like what is it that our communities are wanting to see from us in terms of freshwater biosecurity, not just for Te Harawa, but across the region, because I have responsibility for the entire region. But obviously we have focused very strongly at Lake Te Harawa as our busiest recreational lake. So that's something that I will be able to bring back to this council early next year once the summer's over and we've had that engagement, so we can start to hear everyone's viewpoints on the matter. In terms of timeframes, we've been talking with the installer, and he said it's a 4 to 6 weeks lead-in time, so it certainly wouldn't be something we'd be able to put in ahead of Christmas, but it is something that we can put in after. But that's why the reason that we're here now is that we can have these discussions and hopefully get a decision either way. And if the decision is to support the installation of the gate, we can be ready, we can prime him do that as soon as possible. NRC is willing to cover the costs of the installation, and what we're asking from KDC is that once it's installed and that sort of thing, there will be a small maintenance cost just to keep the gate functional and things, and that's about $400 to $600 per year, and so then that just sits then with KDC once we've got the installation. Compliant, we're still continuing compliance. We need to early next year, once we've had this, we will be approaching both councils and presenting what a long-term solution might look like. So that's going to come to council early next year. We're still carrying on with our regional pest management plan. So that's due next year, and those are the rules that govern. So the freshwater clam is a species that we are considering including, or has been put forward for consideration for inclusion. It's really testing what those rules might look like to help support us, because that's our regulatory document. That's what gives NRC the legal power to put in rules or take management actions. And I'm also involved in a national pathways plan development. So that's really taking that NZ Inc. solution, because that's really what's going to get a big bang for our buck from a national perspective, because at the moment it's not here. So I have responsibilities for managing at the moment here, and what are the things that we can do to try and prevent it, because prevention is far less costly than if we get it. And then I'm also involved in pushing along a national solution. So looking at stronger rules nationally, making sure that as regions that we are aligned and doing the same thing.
If I just wrap up and just bring it back into your discussions this morning, installing an automated gate is something that is, staff don't have delegated authority to do that. So it does need to come to council for your direction. And I just want to make one point, that when we look at the lake that does in fact have an automatic gate, actually what is in place there is a plan. As our legal advice has been given, any such decision could be open to judicial review.
Do you have a working group for Taharoa Domain? Yeah, and who are the members of that working group?
So KDC, I guess, has your governance group, but under,
What was that?
you have your governance
I
group.
realise that, no, that NRC one.
Yeah, so we have a, I guess it's a working group, and the representatives on that is KDC, NRC, the Department of Conservation, Tororoa, Te Kuihi, and there's also 4 members of the community who are quite interested. So all of us are participants in that meeting, and we had a meeting just last week.
But there's no elected member representation from any
Not at,
staff only?
yes, it's staff only. And then we provide recommendations up through our various governance.
Okay, thank you. We're right on time now, Councillor Lambeth.
Yes, thank you. So am I taking it that this, you're asking for us to close, put the gate on the road leading to the lakes?
The gate on the boat ramp. So it's just on the boat ramp.
So there are 4 different points. You're going to have 4 gates?
There's one main boat ramp at Taharoa that is that powered vessels can launch from.
There are 4 gates.
If I may answer that,
Yes.
yes, you're correct, there are. There's one main boat ramp and the gate is looking at going in the boat ramp. Of course, you're right. The people can in fact launch motorised and non-motorised vessels onto the lake at many points around the lakes.
They've been developed in those places. Yeah. Okay.
So but we are talking very clearly here about the boat ramp.
Councillor Williams and then Councillor Canton, then we'll move on, thank you. Oh, and Councillor Gibson then. Okay.
Thank you.
Look, I know that members of the community had spoken about a gate at the boat ramp when they presented to the Taharoa Domain committee and to the council. I just wondered, further to that, you've got here NRC is investigating permanent washdown infrastructure at or near Lake Taharoa. I know that members that are on that working party, Rod and Julie Field, they were quite keen to be able to implement something like that, and that came to us quite a few months ago now. Is that something that you're looking at? Because I think it's a hot wash that is the most beneficial. So whether that's off-site and then they get the QR code and come in. So where's NRC with that regarding a hot wash facility?
Through the chair, so that particular washdown station, or the thing that they're suggesting, only deals with a very small subset of the risk. It only deals with sort of some powered boats, and depending on what else or how you modify it, you potentially could put in jet skis, but it's only a very small subset. Those washdown stations are they're quite expensive, so it is at least $200,000 of just hardware investment into getting a system in like that, and that requires long-term investment. And so we're getting some technical data, some technical advice on what is the most effective methods that we can put in place, because we have to think about all of the pathways. That deals with just a few of the pathways, and also if there is long-term ongoing investment, we have to present that to our respective councils to be able to make those decisions, and to be able to keep a hot wash at temperature to deal with this specific species, because the examples that they've looked at from overseas are dealing with a different species. It's at a lower temperature. This requires at least 55 degrees to be able to have five minutes. If it was at the 45 degrees that those current washes, that's about 20 to 40 minutes that a boat would have to sit in place to be able to be considered dead and effective. So it's a really space. It's a really challenging thing, and so we need to make sure that any decisions that we make, because we have a responsibility to our ratepayers, right, that we're investing in the most effective measures that we have.
So at the moment, it's just a cold wash though.
It is. It's using pressure though. So pressure in terms of, from a cost benefit perspective, actually using pressure is something that is effective at raw white, but it's not a fail-safe. Any sort of washdown station is really the last line in the sand, because what we actually need to be people doing and washing at the lake is almost in pervasive actions, right? Because you don't have that drying time. We need 48 hours to dry. So what we really need our users to be doing is washing their gear 2 days before they visit the lake. And that's why with our campers, and so all our campers are encouraged to make sure 14 days and 7 days beforehand that they are washing their gear before they arrive at the lake. The checkpoint is really just the last line in the sand.
And so you're emailing.
Yeah, Katie's.
When they book to come and stay at the lakes, there is information there for them to follow.
We do that at the point in the Lucan station. Yeah, and we follow that up 7 days before they come out on site. And when our office is manned again, if somebody is coming in with a boat, we have a verbal conversation with them about what they need to be aware of before they launch boat and any other one out onto the lake.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if I could address Councillor Lambert's concern there about the.
That's fine. I just want to let your colleagues who are speaking to the next item know that you are using their time, so they will end up with this time. But that is fine. Yeah, this is a hot topic, so good.
And just to come back to your comments around as we understand it, there have been bollards put up at alternative boat launching areas. It's also, in terms of the Act and the bylaw, they're not permitted to launch boats other than the boat ramp at that place. So that we believe that by putting the gate at the boat ramp is for the sole purpose of preventing, powered boats going in will capture all those vessels.
Councillor Canton.
Just as an, given that you have an infestation in the Waikato and it's spread, albeit after having this high trust model in place, just how useful is it going to be up here?
Yeah.
Or is it just the best option we have?
I might answer that. This is about risk reduction, and you're totally on board with what you're saying there. Look, this is about trying to prevent something that could be elsewhere in New Zealand as we speak. And we want to do the very utmost to buy ourselves some time here while before we get an introduction. That introduction at Lake Rotomana was found when the clams were that size. That means that they've been in there for a year. With our eDNA at the moment, we're not going to be able to detect them immediately. So we're stressing the importance of acting now, acting proactively for these lakes, which really have global, international recognition as some of the finest dune lakes in the world.
All right, Councillor Gibson, then Councillor Tane, and then we'll carry on. Thank you.
Confirm you're looking at a 400 to 600,000 maintenance cost per year. You want what upper district to be, right?
Some for maintenance, however, that doesn't necessarily factor in if the gate is vandalised, if it breaks down in between that time. We're simply looking at cost is the indicative cost at the moment from the gate installer for its annual service. So I've only got that cost in there. I haven't costed what it might be if it was vandalised or if it was broken or if there was some other issue for it. I don't have those costs for you.
Councillor Tane.
Yeah, just one question from me, it's in relation to, the gate is just one mechanism being put in place to manage the risk. Given that, there is a high focus now that it's spread down in the Taranaki, is NRC looking more closely at a wash station or a hydro station, an effective one, given that the risk is lifting up at the moment?
We haven't discounted it completely. It is one of the considerations that we put in front of council. However, we think there's more urgent and priority actions to be taken at the moment. Indeed, as Nikki's pointed out, the wash station, fully hot wash station, would only deal with a small percentage of the boats, of the kind of boats that we're seeing in Taharoa. It wouldn't cover all those other possible pathways, and therefore investment of that money, that time, and everything, we think there's a much better priority facing us by checking those boats, stopping those boats that are actually coming into the lake at the moment. So, yeah.
Hey, thank you very much for your time. Much appreciated. Thanks for coming along.
Thank you, Mr. Nick.
most affected during a civil defence response. We have utility companies, critical infrastructure, or otherwise known as lifelines. So the likes of North Power, roading, telecommunications. I know that Waka Kotahi were in here earlier. They also have responsibility. They're a stakeholder. They're part of civil defence. Welfare service agencies, for example, Ministry of Social Development, they are the ones who are responsible for financial assistance during an emergency. We also have other agencies, Ministry of Primary Industries, for example, who are responsible for animal welfare. So there are a lot of different stakeholders involved in civil defence. And of course, our emergency services, FENZ, New Zealand Police, hospitals, the DHB, etc. All of those people, all of those groups working together is civil defence. So just because you're not seeing the uniform out and about in the community, doesn't mean there's no civil defence response. If you're seeing North Power fixing power lines, if you're seeing communities out there supporting each other, if you're seeing roading, clearing roads, that's all civil defence, and that's all part of the work that we do to coordinate an effective response. What is a civil defence emergency? So under the Act, there are 3 conditions that are required to be met for it to be classified as a civil defence emergency. The first one is the result of any happening, whether natural or otherwise, and it has a non-exhaustive list in the Act of what that might be, tornado included. Causes or may cause loss of life or injury or illness or distress or in any way endanger safety of public property in New Zealand. And this third criteria is quite key to whether it's a civil defence response or not. And that's when, it cannot be dealt with by emergency services or otherwise requires a significant and coordinated response under the Act. Just because there may be a large fire or, a minor weather event where a few trees are down, if that can be coordinated by the community, by the emergency services, roading, then, it may not necessarily be a civil defence emergency. It's when that coordinated response comes in, that's when things really kick in. And just a note as well, that a declaration of a civil defence emergency is not always necessary during a civil defence response. A declaration essentially allows extra access to powers under different acts that we operate under, And if those powers aren't needed to coordinate an effective response for our communities, then we may not declare. For example, the tornado, those powers weren't required to coordinate that response in an effective way, and therefore a declaration was not made. That can be a common misconception that, we need to declare to get access to more funding, but that isn't necessarily true. The funding mechanisms are there for a civil defence emergency, whether it's declared or not. So civil defence in action. If an emergency is occurring, a lot of our key civil defence stakeholders have enhanced business as usual arrangements to deal with that emergency. FENS, roading, they'll activate their business continuity plans. And it's when the coordinated response is needed, that's when civil defence kicks in. And we have 3 local emergency operations centres, Whangarei, Far North, and in the Kaipara. We actually have 2 potential locations, Mangawhai and Dargaville, depending on where the expected or the impact is most significant. And there's 1 regional emergency coordination centre, and that's based in Whangarei, which coordinates the response at that regional level. And the response can scale up and down depending on what's needed. But again, just highlighting that community support is vital. And so a really big part of the work that I do with support from staff is working with our communities to ensure that they are ready, they understand the risk in the area, and they are prepared and know what to do during an emergency. Pass over to Damien for the next couple of slides.
We have 16 civil defence emergency management groups across the nation, 1 for each region. Here in Northland, our civil defence emergency management group includes our 4 councils and representatives of local emergency services. The CDM Group Joint Committee is a governance body made up of mayors or their delegates and senior leadership from New Zealand Police and Foreign Emergency New Zealand. Supporting the Joint Committee is the Coordinating Executive Group, a leadership body made up of senior executives from member organisations. The Joint Committee provides governance and oversight for emergency management across the region, ensuring that statutory obligations are met and the communities are supported before, during and after emergencies. The KEG implements the decisions of the Joint Committee and provides strategic direction, coordination, enabling integrated planning, decision-making and capability development across the region. Okay, yeah. So the Joint Committee, they convene quarterly. Their membership consists of representatives from each district forming a regional representation. This includes mayors and chairs or their delegates, New Zealand Police and FENS. They're responsible for CDM accountability, decision-making and governance. And the chair for that Joint Committee will be determined by the members of the committee at the next joint CDM group meeting next week on the 9th. They also provide strategic leadership and direction in delivering against the civil defence plan for Northland. Sitting below the KEG and the Joint Committee, or not below, alongside I guess, is the CDM Group Office. They play a critical operational role in supporting the group and the KEG. The Group Office has a regional resource of 13 staff that provide technical and operational expertise, coordination of regional initiatives, support for emergency operations, and monitoring and evaluation on capability development, compliance, and performance across the region. To summarise what I've just spoken about, the Joint Committee sets the strategic direction for emergency management in Northland. The KEG enables the Group Office to carry out and operationalise that direction, and the Group Office acts as the delivery arm, translating those governance decisions into coordinated, region-wide operational delivery.
Excuse me, Laura, I know you've got quite a lot of slides still to get through. We've got eight minutes, including questions, so you just might want to streamline
things
much
up that.
reading out of material and what we do.
Right, we'll crack on. We have a group plan, that's 2021 to 2026, so up for review shortly. I have some resources over on the table here that you can have some light reading during your morning tea break if you'd like to learn more about that. It also includes a hazard risk matrix. So our top hazards for Northland based on likelihood and consequence. So please jump in and have a look there. Some key initiatives that we're working on, there's a multi-agency coordination centre that is being worked on at the moment to allow for really effective coordination at the regional level. We have recently upgraded tsunami siren warning network and our evacuation maps. And we're always working to build resilience at our community level, building partnerships and building our capability and capacity at our district council as well. How does Kaipara fit in? We have a shared service level arrangement with the Kaipara District Council to deliver a consistent civil defence approach in our district in collaboration with the region. So the group office is a shared resource for us here at the District Council, and then there is one full-time staff member delivering for Kaipara, and that's myself. We've also got a 24/7 on-call duty officer roster, keeping an eye on what's going on and able to take action quickly if an emergency occurs. Key people, there is myself. My plug into the organisation is through Gillian Bruce as our relationship manager for civil defence. Our governance reps, Councillor Lambeth is our rep on the CDM group, and we also have Councillor Tane, who's the alternate on the group. Local controllers, the people who are responsible for coordinating and making decisions during an emergency, are Jack Rudolph and Alistair Dunlop, and we have a pathway for other staff to develop in the space. Local recovery manager, Tracy Dean. Local welfare managers, Jenny Rooney and Siobhan Holster, so they would be coordinating the welfare side of things in a response. And as you know, our two EOC locations, one of which is here, Molesworth Drive, the other is at the Dargaville office, and it would be set up depending on what the requirements were. As you know, civil defence has been very busy the past 3 years. This is a list of the responses that we've had over the past 3 years. And I will also note that recently in October, 5 staff were deployed down to Southland to support their response to the extreme weather events there. It was a great opportunity for them to gain leaderships as well as other skills and confidence, and they've brought that back to our team here and are sharing that to really boost and enhance our capability to respond. And it is a brilliant opportunity, not only for us, but also to support other districts and regions, because when we have an emergency, we would get support from other districts and regions too. Role of elected members. Keep informed. There are many ways that you can do this. One is through the CEO in the first instance. If the response requires it, a strategic communications representative would be appointed to be your go-to to get information about the response, information you can share with your communities. And it's a two-way info flow. So whilst it is sharing information with you, it's also receiving feedback. What are you hearing from your community? And that can help inform the response too. But that goes through CEO or again through that strategic communications representative, which will be, you'll be informed of that at the time. And also we ask to just stay informed yourself. There's a lot of different ways that you can stay informed. I'll send an email or information out some way afterwards on all the different ways you can stay informed. And we'd really encourage you to do that because, it means that you can receive information in real time from the warning agencies and also just keep an eye on what's happening at the district level too. Public presence matters. So the Mayor is an ideal spokesperson for the community, and there is maybe a lot of media and opportunities for the Mayor to speak into the community, deliver key messages and that kind of thing. And elected members also can, you may receive media inquiries, and we do just ask that you check in with, your CEO or strategic communications first, just to make sure that you have the most up-to-date information with the response, what's happening and the announced response direction, as well as the key messages to deliver to your community as well. So we do just ask you stay plugged in that way so we can make sure you're as informed as possible if you are asked to speak with the media. And share official updates off Facebook, of Met Service warnings, any official updates that are shared out from our Emergency Operations Centre. Please share, because we use so many tools in the toolbox to inform our communities, but we understand that not all tools reach all people. So if you can share the information with your networks, that just helps us make sure people are as informed as possible. So our EOC, you'll hear that acronym a lot. That's where our staff come into work. It's a really dynamic, high pressure environment. It's incredibly busy. So we do just ask that if there are any visit requests, that they come through the CEO or through strategic communications in the first instance. Visits from official members do take up a lot of resources and time that could be otherwise used on the response, helping our people. So please go through that way first. Even the minister can't just rock up. He does have to coordinate that with his people and with our EOC as well. So we want to make sure you're as informed as possible, but please just going through the CEO and strategic communications in the first instance. And our controller is the decision maker. So again, if you're receiving feedback from the community and would like to inform the response that way, please pass through your CEO or through strategic communications, and then that can inform the response that way. Outside an emergency is to be a civil defence and preparedness advocate. A lot of our BAU staff have to get trained on top of their normal jobs to then all of a sudden become emergency management experts in an emergency. So the more we can do to train and participate in civil defence and really give confidence and empower our staff, the better our response is going to be for our communities. And also advocate for community activities within your community. I do a lot of work with community groups to help them develop community response plans. So that's an option. If your community doesn't have one, then I'm more than willing to speak with them about what I can do to support. Mid-eye preparedness plans, skill visits, we do public awareness campaigns and risk reduction activities. So please be engaged, be involved. The more we can do in the preparedness and risk reduction phase, the better our response and recovery is going to be. And that's the last one. Again, like I said, there's some information I can send out to you all on how to stay informed, some extra information if you have any other, burning questions that you want answers to. And yeah, through the mayor, I'm not sure if we have time for questions.
Well, thank you very much, Laura and Damien. Because this is the decision-making item, it's just an induction. If you've got some questions, you can email them in. How would you like to have that? We can bring it through Kelly to you, or
yeah.
Okay.
Good. Yeah.
Well, thanks very much for coming. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And yeah, through the chair, we do have the resources at the back if you'd like to grab them. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. We're going to have morning tea now until 11 o'clock. We'll kick back off at 11. I'd like to have a chat with the elected members if we just get a chance, maybe when everyone grab a cup of tea, just quickly on a couple of things. Just because today is so compressed, we'll just grab everyone outside or something like that. So, go to morning tea now. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're moving on to the policy and planning bylaw and policy review work program for 25 to 27. Thank you, Nina, Catherine, and Michael Webster online. You've got 2 minutes to complete your presentation.
Pressure. Good morning, Your Worship and elected members. So as the Mayor has said, this is Nina Tui, our policy analyst, and Michael Webster online, who'll be presenting on the dangerous sanitary buildings item next. All right, so Nina, do you want to lead in with your presentation?
Yeah, kia ora koutou. Lovely to meet some new faces. I'm a policy analyst in Catherine's team, so it might be a little bit more than 2 minutes, but we also are the next item, so I'm only taking from myself. So first of all, just wanted to share with you the purpose of this briefing is very much clear. It's on giving you a heads up on what's coming in your schedule in the next couple of years and to get your feedback on our engagement with the public throughout this process. So within this presentation, we'll introduce why we have bylaws and policies, what the role of local councils are, the process that we follow for their development and review, some current bylaws that we have in Kaipara, and this review schedule that we have. You're going to be seeing a lot of us over the next 2 years, so I want you to at least pretend to be happy to always see the policy team at every meeting. Please welcome us. We can certainly take chocolates as bribery if you want 2-minute presentations. So policy at a very high level can include plans, it can include strategies. Really in this context, we're talking specifically about bylaws and also just to differentiate between council policies. So these are the ones which go through your approval process and are notified to the public and so on. And then there are also corporate policies, such as a uniform policy or things like that. And we certainly do not bore you guys with those details. Those are dealt with in-house through our CEO. And financial policies and specific plans are held by the subject matter experts, so not the policy team in here. So we work across council, collaborate very closely with a lot of different teams. Okay, all right, so why is this important? So the ability of local government to influence central government policy is also a really important aspect to consider. We have examples of that around food safety, around smoke-free policies. So it is certainly something which happens. Bylaws are there to make our district a safe, healthy place to live, work and play. And councils can only make a bylaw if empowered by an act of parliament. So usually that's the Local Government Act, but sometimes there is other legislation that we can also draw on, such as the Reserves Act, but we can only do it if there is an empowering act of parliament. It is a very powerful tool. There can be specific reasons or issues between making a bylaw. It could be to do with managing nuisances, bees and poultry, public health and safety, smoking, minimising harm in public places such as liquor bans, protecting public infrastructure like water services and wastewater, and regulating activities in public places. They can increase protection in a local area, and they are a targeted instrument for the local area. So bylaws give us a regulatory ability, and that's the difference between a bylaw and a policy. And there are really interesting and powerful tools that can be used. We see examples in New Zealand of initiatives to do with like predator-free zones, or internationally things like pollinator highways. So it really can be a powerful tool that can make really positive impact in the communities that we live, work and play. All right, so what can we do? What limits the council's discretionary powers? There is a framework around this. First of all, we have to look at it, is this within scope? First of all, we ask, is a bylaw the most appropriate tool? And we're actually legally required to ask ourselves that and document that. Is the process open, transparent, and democratically accountable? I'll go into that detail a little bit. And is there a significant impact or interest to the public? And this overlaps with our significance and engagement policy. If all of those criteria are considered that it's a yes, and then we look at, is this reasonable for us to have a bylaw? Then we would start the process of making a bylaw. So there's quite a few requirements. Right. Just want to give you a very brief overview of the process because, and don't worry about remembering this for sure. But basically we've got, okay, what is the problem? We have to define the problem. We have to say exactly what it is and that this is clearly a problem in our district. We have to define it. We have to give some options to the response. And then we look at the bylaw making process, which is on the next slide in more detail. And then the process becomes enforcement and monitoring. And particularly from the problem definition to and the bylaw making, we have very clear requirements to engage with the public. So, oops. Oh, now it starts doing the lovely. All right.
We're waiting.
Thank you. All right, so this is just sort of a zoom in on that bylaw making box. So this is just to give you a sense of at what points are you going to be seeing us sitting in front of you. So there'll be a briefing like today, exactly like today. We will introduce the topic, we'll introduce the issue, the problem, and we'll get your initial thoughts, your initial guidance, and giving us a green light that yes, we're going to go ahead. There'll be a findings report that's formally presented to a council meeting. And then at the next meeting, there will be an issues and options report presented. Another meeting, there'll be a statement of proposal adopted, and that we'll also have a consultation plan if needed, but usually it is needed, of how we're going to consult with the public. Okay, so there's usually a hearings panel, which will be appointed by the council, by a council meeting. And then the hearings will take place. There will be a hearings report and a deliberations report required. And then there'll be another council meeting to adopt it. So a very formal process. It's all required by law that we follow this process. And as you can see, you are going to be seeing a lot of us because for every single bylaw, review or development, we have to have all of these in sequence. Okay. Yeah, so in the attachment, you've also got the timeframes and the list of bylaws. So these are the current bylaws. And there's a bit more information in your briefing report, which I'm going to take as read. And similarly, in the attachment, there's the timeframes, which outline the whole process. But this slide here just shows you that we've got quite a few coming up quite quickly. So there is some urgency for us to work through to make sure that we still have the regulatory power in place. So this is one of the main questions we've got for you today. So I'd really like to get your feedback. Okay. So section 83, 1D, I'll do a quiz later, and if you can remember all these legal references of the Local Government Act 2002, it gives us some options to hear submissions. This is not a formal RMA style hearing. So we have to give the opportunity for people to present verbally and with New Zealand Sign Language if they want to. And there isn't a requirement for a written submission to accompany a verbal submission. That's not a requirement. It's about people who are maybe not comfortable in writing a huge submission, the opportunity to be heard by the council, to be able to give their perspective and to have their views heard by the council. But there are options because it's not the same legislation as the RMA. Okay, so I've just given a little bit of information here. So there is a formal hearing panel, which is basically the same as the RMA process. And there's benefits and disadvantages to whichever one you're going to choose. And you could very well choose to have different ones for different bylaws. It's totally up to you. So for a formal hearing panel, there would be a panel appointed and all verbal submissions will be heard by the panel at the same time. And there would be, then there would be a formal report put back from that panel to the council. It's quite resource intensive, it's quite formal. You have to sit sort of in front of a formal space like this. So it could be a bit intimidating for some members of the public potentially. And you really have to sort of be able to get to the exact time, 10 o'clock on a Tuesday. So it could be perhaps a barrier for some members of the public to be able to be heard in that sort of way. There are other options that don't have the same degree of formality. It could be a drop-in session. It could be an online or a phone session. And it could be with one delegated member of the panel or two, and we would have a staff member sort of transcribe or capture the key points and make sure the member of the public were comfortable with what we've captured. So the advantages with that is it can be a bit more informal. We can try and make them a bit more comfortable. We could use different spaces. There's a bit more staff. Well, they both use quite a bit of staff time, but there's minimal additional cost to using these different ways. The disadvantage to that is not the whole panel might not hear what that person is saying. That's just there's some differences. Okay, so really would like to hear from you guys. If you've got any comments or questions on anything, but particularly on our review program, which is the attachment, and just would like to hear from you if you've got some feedback on how we'd like to receive verbal submissions.
Might just speak to this first, if that's okay. I think that there is some benefit in having a formal structure because it's hard for us to rely on anecdotal notes that are taken through drop-in sessions and things like that. I think so long as we allow people to speak to their submissions on online for hearings, which is what we do with everything else, then they don't have to be somewhere at a particular time. And I guess I just want to raise the point of, can we consolidate some of those topics together so we're not running so many processes? We could almost do it in 2 chunks, or rather than a whole program with them being rolled out. What do you think about that?
We could certainly look at it. I guess it depends on the, timeframes for review for each of the bylaws, and obviously there's a huge number on your list there. So we could certainly look at how we could streamline it. Just probably a note too, there's an awful lot of consultation happening, anyway within the organisation next year, and obviously with district plan hearings as well. So part of this is trying to manage staff's workload as well. We only have 2 policy analysts, so it's just about timing and resourcing really are the key issues.
When you say there's a huge number of them, over the next few years, not on the list on the slides, you've got smoke-free and dangerous and unsanitary buildings in February, and then you have nothing until December, which is stormwater and land drainage.
No, I think Mr. Mayor, talking about the huge number of hearings for the district plan that we need to fit in at the same time.
Oh, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, just joking across our
Just like,
team, and just consultation obviously is time consuming.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was just going to make the comment of, for a formal hearing panel or the drop-in sessions, it could be, depending on how many submissions we actually receive, perhaps be looked at. I mean, obviously a formal hearing panel is a bit more easier to control and to gain that information but I just thought, I know when we did this last term, we often didn't get any submissions, or if we did, they didn't want to speak to them. So just maybe managing the amount we get could delineate what we do.
So really good point, Councillor Williams, and I was going to make the point that I guess it depends on the topic and the level of interest. Nina will be working on the solid waste one, for example, which might get quite a significant amount of interest and engagement from the community. They usually do, versus maybe the smoke-free, and certainly we've seen it when we did the gambling policies as well. There wasn't a huge number of submitters on those ones. So it just depends on what it is, and we will try and put some recommendations together and think about what's the best approach at the time.
Good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. What we might do is just push ahead with this next topic that you've got. You caught up 1 minute, so you've got 2 minutes to do this one now.
It's all right. It'll only take 2 minutes.
Which is the dangerous, affected and insanitary buildings policy review 2025.
Morena, to your worship and elected members. I'm Michael Webster. I am also one of the policy analysts, and I'll try and race you through this reasonably quickly. This is essentially a refresher of a review process that we have partway through of a policy of the kind that Nina's just spoken to you about. And we are looking at dangerous, affected and insanitary buildings because we have to. If we can go to the second slide, please. Basically, the Building Act 2004 requires that we have such a policy, and it sets out how we're going to manage these buildings that are dangerous, partially collapsed, something like that, buildings that affect neighbouring buildings, and then buildings that might become insanitary for some reason, and that could be down to a malfunctioning effluent disposal system, something like that. So essentially the policy is about protecting public health and safety, and it sets out what council will do when a heritage building experiences some of these things. Okay, so all required by statute that we have a look at these things, and we have already technically reviewed the policy, but we still need to go through the public consultative process as that's a requirement of law. If we can go to the third slide, please. This just sets out the review timeframe associated with this particular piece of work. We have prepared a statement of proposal for adoption, and that'll be presented to February's council meeting, and looking at public consultation, hearings and deliberations into April, and then adoption by council. It's not expected to be contentious. Last time this went through, it didn't attract a lot of attention, and the changes and improvements that are recommended in it, they are included there in your pack, which I've taken as read, are essentially primarily recommendations from external auditors of what we can do just to improve the policy slightly for clarity's sake. So that was very quick, but hopefully that gives you an idea of what we're going. Are there any questions from councillors?
Thank you, Michael. Any questions on this one? Councillor Szymanski, thank you.
Chair. Yeah, g'day. I see you've got a picture of the Dargaville Municipal Building there. As far as heritage buildings are concerned, what are the outlines for replacement or remediation process around that?
There's no fixed process in place. Each heritage building, if there was an issue with it, and it would have to be that the building has been rendered dangerous, is affecting a neighbour, or has become insanitary, they would be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. The policy is merely outlines for staff the approach that's taken under council's consideration.
Thank you.
All right, Councillor Cantwell.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just reading this, Mike. It says discussions will be held with owners and Heritage New Zealand to identify a mutually acceptable way forward.
All right, thank you very much, Nina and Catherine.
Thank you.
Now, what we have is there are 4 quite big topics coming up that are probably going to have quite a lot of questions and are also of high public interest. And so I want to try and conserve as much time as I can for them. The next item we have is the elected member expense policy and allowances and security. So if we don't need 15 minutes for this, we won't use it. But welcome Gillian, who's going to present on that. And what we'll then do, as soon as Gillian's finished, we will go to Kelly and do the meeting calendar item as well and get that out of the way. Then we can focus on the heavy lifting for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Morning. So allowances that elected members can claim are set by the Remuneration Authority. The authority sets the maximum allowable amount that councillors can claim. Because the allowances come out of ratepayer funds, it's up to each council to determine what they will provide and up to the maximum amount that's allowed. These are recorded in the elected member allowances and recovery of expenses policy, which is adopted by council each triennium. The most recent determinations contain a new allowance for home security systems, recognising the potential threats that some members experience and the need for personal safety. And that also helps bring peace of mind for you and your families. The allowance is only available for your primary residence, if you choose to adopt it, and located in the Kaipara Red District. In the determination that an allowance must be based on a threat identified through a security risk and threat assessment that is approved before it can be reimbursed. The Remuneration Authority has left it to councils to determine how they implement it, providing we meet the terms under the determination, and councils are just now taking it to elected members. And this is a live discussion that's going on between the councils. There are two main approaches that have been taken that I'd like your feedback on. One is to take an expert approach and the other is simplicity. So some councils are getting experts in, and this is what I've proposed, who would provide advice on the types of systems that can best address your concerns. So depending on what the threat is or what the risks may be for you, the expert would determine what type of system was best. This would include an online search of your social media or websites, and a discussion with you about threats you may have had or your exposure in your environment. The other approach that's been adopted by councils is simplicity or a simple approach where it's relying on a self-assessment by elected members, and it's leaving it to you to determine what your risk of threat and what allowances are appropriate for you to claim. I've been speaking with providers and I've made some proposed updates to the policy, and I'll be coming back next week for a decision on how it's best to be implemented. So I'd like your feedback on the best approach that you may consider.
Conclude presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know whether elected members have had a chance to really think about that thoroughly. Has anyone got any questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple, but
Yep. Okay, we'll have the question.
bypass the first one because some documentation will be coming in about that, but this goes on about the policy. Now, I see there's a contradiction with the mileage. You've given us two different documents, two different mileage.
Yes.
Could we just clarify that, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
So there is an initial document and an amended document. The amended document applies for the new triennium. The amended document also requires you to state the type of vehicle you drive because the allowable mileage claim depends on the type of vehicle or the power it uses.
Just to clarify something there, is that your primary vehicle or is if there's a single trip with a different vehicle? It has to be filled out for each different vehicle?
Well, it would if you were claiming this trip in an electric car and this trip in a diesel car, yes.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thanks very much.
So, Mr. Mayor, what we're going to do then, as far as this, we need to prepare a report for the council agenda on this. So, given that you haven't, nobody's said they don't want to include that allowance, and we'll put that in for the report for you to agree at next week. Unless you want to talk about that now. Yeah. Well, yeah, the rest of the expense policy is as per, so that's fine. But it's just the question today is about the security allowance and whether or not you want to include that in the policy. And I haven't heard nobody say you don't want to include it, so we'll recommend that it gets included.
Chair, it was subject to a specific threat of some description, right? It's not just
analysis
like it.
Yeah.
So I think leaving it in as an option seemed to be fine. Yeah.
So the option is we have it in, there's an investigative process by your staff, or otherwise it's a self-assessment by us.
Yes.
And so that's going to be covered in the detail of the policy. You've got a track changes document there, which is being suggested as a possible approach. You probably haven't had time to drill into the detail of that. We're on a very tight time frame with this turnaround because of this month. So if there are things in the policy that you think ought to be different, given that we only have a 1 day turnaround, we'll have to address that in one way or another when we come to the meeting. So it's probably timely that that analysis happens sooner rather than later. We're going to have time to have feedback, come back and change anything from what staff have suggested for the agenda, but it's still up for grabs when it comes to the meeting. Councillor Jepson.
Just quickly, just to make it easy to remember, is there a template we can use to make the make our claims?
So through the chair, the approach suggested in the policy is that we get an expert to evaluate, and then you need to apply to the mayor for to have your expense claim allowed. So no, there's no specific template. You need to have an agreement that you will be reimbursed.
Yeah, but just I was just had a look at your claims the other day, and spreadsheet. I'm trying whether there was make it easy for you.
You mean the trip?
Oh, yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah, there is.
There is one.
Yep.
Because I didn't make those things. Any claims in the mirror, I didn't need to.
I'm writing through. Yeah, I realised there's a lot of recording.
You just need the form email to.
Yes.
Thank you, Gillian.
Yes.
Okay, over to you, Kelly, for the calendar that you've handed out.
Thanks for me.
All right, so what you've got in front of you here is the draft governance meeting calendar for 2026. This sets out all of your meetings for the calendar year. All of the chairs have been asked for their feedback on their meeting dates that pertain to the committees that they chair. No changes were made to the calendar as a result of this. I'll take the report as read and ask if there's any feedback on the calendar.
Any feedback at all for Kelly?
Well, Kelly.
It's look here than
Yeah.
Oh. I've got a comment. Thank you, Kelly, for that amazingly complicated piece of work.
Because we've got enough days.
You've got all these external committees she's got to liaise with all the other councils and everything and try and put it together. So she's done an amazing job. And the beauty of this is that everybody knows where they need to be or might want to be for the whole next year and you can plan accordingly. And, you know, getting to council meetings and committee meetings is important. You might not always make it to every briefing and workshop. They're available online as well. So there is some flexibility around some of that stuff. All right.
So just the next steps, that's going to come to the council meeting for adoption as well.
Okay. Good. All right. Well, we're trucking along. We've made up some time. We're now 2 minutes early, so we'll have a 2-minute break. We are now moving to the Dargaville Drought Management Plan Triggers and Actions Review. Welcome Donna Powell and Johan Guy.
That's it.
Kelly, can you see that on the WebEx? Great.
Good morning, Honourable Mayor and elected team. Welcome. Talking about the drought management plan for Dargaville that we reviewed. I deemed the briefing paper being read. I asked Donna to do the presentation because she was heavily involved in, and she's got the experience in a sense being here with council. I only started mid-year, so basically had the experience, etc. And over to you, Donna.
Good morning. So, yep, as Johan said, we have been requested and taken it on ourselves to review the drought management plan. Now, to start with, our drought management plan is for all our towns within the water supplies within the district. So we have only reviewed the trigger section of the Dargaville water supply. Further down the track, we're looking to do the rest. You'll hear about that. So the previous drought management plan was written by a consultant back in 2021. Since then, we have had, from memory, we've had 3 enactments of that in the Dargaville region. And from that, we've managed to get a lot of data, and it's put us in a better position to make some more informed choices around the triggers. Our current triggers were very heavily based on the NRC water level at Kaihu. After conversations with them, that actually doesn't even really relate to our main supply. It's just an assumption that if that level's getting low, our supply level's getting low. Yep, so the new trigger levels, we've actually brought in some to go side by side with that measuring point at Kaihu. For the people that don't live in Dargaville, Waipara Taniwha, which is up off Waipara Road, which is off Kaihu Wood Road in Kaihu, is our main supply. We have 3 streams there that feed the town. We have a secondary supply at what's known as Rotu, and we have a pump station there that pumps out of the Kaihu River. So the additional triggers we've brought online are around the Waipara Taniwha intakes, measuring flows. We've consent conditions around that we're not allowed to go dry. Over the weirs, traditionally, we can get very, very low there, not go dry at all. Last year, for example, Kaihu went down to 0.5 something or other. Our cutoff is 0.645.
and Waipara Taniwha was still flowing over the weirs. So we've brought that in. So we've got some measures there, and we've also brought in the level that is in Waitua Dam, the level of water. We have consent rules around when we run Rotu. At certain points, based on that measurement in Kaihu, we have to run Waitua Dam as well to be able to take water from the Rotu pump station. As a way of future-proofing and kind of hand in hand with the changes, we have seen the need to make some improvements. We have already approved funded projects that are around the Rotu pump station, doing some upgrades there. We have consent there to take 7,200 cubes a day, but we're doing some modelling around whether the actual pumps that are there can even do that. Township, generally Dargaville only requires around 3,000 cube a day. So that's well above what we require. There's also a project to do with the Waitua Dam and increasing capacity there and automating some sides of that operation. And obviously we've got some other projects around telemetry. Telemetry is a form of electronic monitoring that we have on all our water supplies, and it monitors our consent conditions and various other aspects that we need to be all over. And we've got a few water mains upgrades coming up as well. So the new triggers have been aligned with the other Northland councils, so we're kind of loosely aligned, but we've aligned them up a bit better. So we pretty much are all the same at the different levels. We may not go into the different levels at the same time, but we have the same requirements. This is, you should all have this in front of you, is what, can't even see it now, is what the old triggers were and what the new triggers are. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask about that. And I've just made my screen really small. And then basically just the actions. When we do go into drought management, these are all in the main drought management document. So we obviously have to form a committee within council. We have our comms team that will do the necessary communications. And we need to keep NRC in the loop as well. There's a lot of stakeholders in this, plus yourselves. Yeah, I guess that's kind of it in a nutshell, really. We had to do it. Obviously, it's a hot topic. And hopefully, hopefully our new triggers are right on the mark. So any questions?
Yes, councillor Lambeth.
How much storage, like how many days average use storage do you have in the tanks and put
We have, from the top of my head, 58 hours.
So we've got plus minus 5 days.
Yeah.
That depends. Spoon farm.
Yeah.
That's the main.
And there's no other secondary storage you've got anywhere else along that line?
So Donna and Johan, what you're telling us, with my understanding of what you're telling us, is that there is good news. With better information and a more robust system of monitoring, we now won't have to institute these drought measures as soon or possibly at all. And that comes through to that the last page you showed us at page 75 of the presentations, that you're going from 900 litres per second flow at the gorge down to 645 for your triggering level 2, and at level 3 you're going down from 755 at the gorge down to 655.
So we're using other triggers also.
And the other triggers as well. Yeah.
just to indicate basically where we're sitting is at 7 o'clock this morning, we were at 2,100 litres a second. So 645, it can drop significantly quickly, but the main thing is because we've got resilience in the dam and Rotu, etc., that definitely, help us.
And do you know in the last restriction where you got to, could you remind us what the flow got down to? Did you?
545.
Yes.
545, okay.
That was, we first had this year in February, I think beginning of February, it dropped below 645.
Councillor Lambert, then Councillor Tane.
Thank you, Mayor. That can also equate to the dry period and a big cut. What at the meter is that correct? Can change very, very rapidly. So
That will alter how much water we use that we have in storage, but it won't alter what can still come into the plant.
Yeah.
cool. Thank you.
Councillor Tane.
Yeah, just given that we had a pretty dry summer previously, and then the potential uptake out of the river by, the farmers and other users on the Clover River. Is it, I know that you're taking the gauge from the gorge, which I'm assuming is the NRC measure, versus looking at the book. And do you think that that's a better, well, obviously you think it's a better measurement tool, supposed to, with the flow coming through, and with the majority of that, the water take from farmers being sort of south of that particular point?
Myself personally, I don't think so. I don't think the gorge is a better measuring point. It is, however, required by consent to be monitored and under the Rotu take consent. There's 3 different levels, your 955, I think it was, your 755, and then your 645, which was what that governs what you can take from Rotu to, what's the word for it, substitute to go alongside the take from Waipara.
Yeah, and so you would release also what would you take out of Rotu to replace from the dam?
At once we hit 645.
Yeah.
Yes.
CE Maris would like to say.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to point out, this has been quite a hot topic for a number of years in Dargaville. And, there's a couple of key points here just to wrap us up. The previous council did an agreement, have agreed with the Taitokoro Water Trust as well, whereby a pipeline comes to Silverfern Farms and they are the biggest user of our water and they want to use more water. So that will also improve the resilience for Dargaville water in that space. On slide 73 here, there is the mechanical side of things. So what can we use technologically wise to improve the resilience as well? And that's a really good, that's the second aspect of what we've been doing. And then of course the triggers, and this is the third one, which is the topic for today. And this is, as you said, Mr. Mayor, this is a good news story. We've really looked at the triggers, looked at data to inform the future approach, which I think is really good. So it's a 3-pronged attempt here to improve resilience for Dargaville water. And of course, if needed, the council still has a share option with the trust to purchase water as well, but that's a long way down the track. But just to wrap that up into a cohesive story, I think it's important. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Marisol. Thank you, Donna and Johan.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Wairoa Hall status update condition assessment outcome with Sam McEwen and Brian Hagan. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I'm Sam McKeown. I'm here today with Brian Hagan, who is the manager of project delivery. I am a project manager with project delivery, and we're here today to talk to you about the Dargaville Town Hall, specifically around the condition of the Wairoa Hall, and a little bit of an update on the state of the municipal chambers building as well. So I'll take the report as read. Today we'll cover over some of the background, some of the planning overview, and some of the compliance issues and some next steps. So I appreciate there's probably going to be a lot of questions, but we'll take them at the end. So for the little bit of background, the annex building has been deteriorating for a number of years now. In 2018, it was identified that work would be required to the annex, but no funding was allocated at that time. In 2020, the remedial works were estimated to be at a cost of about 4 to 5.5 million. In 2021, there was a council approved budget for 1.4 million, and that was to cover the demolition of the annex and to do the reclad work and reinstatement work for the municipal chambers. Happening alongside this, we had the wet weather of late 2022, early 23, and that really impacted the building. And in June 2023, the annex was issued with an insanitary building notice. And so that closed off the annex area and the Wairoa Hall to the rear. At the same time, we had the LTB deliberations happening, and the community had expressed their desire to see the functionality of the annex reinstated. So there was, event space, commercial kitchen, other functions and amenity that were lost by the loss of the annex. And all this information formed the initial brief for a community hub. There was better off funding allocated to that project, which got reallocated to other projects. At the same time, there was a building consent in process, and that was issued in October 2024. That building consent was with plans to demolish the annex, to reinstate the municipal chambers, and to reclad the Wairoa Hall. And in July 25 this year, those plans were halted for revision and rescope. So we'll just do a bit of a kind of a quick planning overview. This is a really complex project, and it's got a few sort of complex aspects to balance. We've got 3 interconnected buildings of various ages, construction styles, materials. We've got the 1920s unreinforced masonry heritage listed building to the front, the municipal chambers. To the rear, we've got 1950 steel portal and timber construction, 1950s Wairoa Hall. And then connecting the 2 buildings, there's a 1990s style construction with complex details to connect those buildings. As I mentioned, the Municipal Chambers building is a heritage listed building, category 2 at Heritage New Zealand. For the development of plans for construction in the vicinity of a heritage building or to a heritage building, we need to engage with architects, engineers for fire, structural accessibility, and all of this needs to pass by Heritage New Zealand. So we need to ensure that the heritage fabric of the building is protected while we're demoing or doing reinstatement works. So we had those plans consented. Other challenges that we faced in the planning, the budget was set in 2021, and then in 2025, we obviously experienced a bit of a shortfall due to escalation of costs, various different things. And then we also had the compliance issues to address for the annex, and we'll speak a little bit more about that as well. So with the feasibility considerations, we need to balance all these technical aspects with the cost constraints that we have. And then our objectives have always been to prevent those further cost increases, re-establish the functionality as quickly as possible, and to ensure that we're being transparent with the process with our stakeholders. So we've got these ongoing compliance issues as a result of the insanitary notice and the failure of the annex building. So we had the insanitary building notice expired in August of this year, and it was reissued to December 2025. We communicated with the building compliance team that, we had a plan in place, there were some timeframes, we consented plans, and that notice is to expire this month. We are lacking a clear timeframe indicating how and when we will comply with that notice following the stop rescope directive. So the building compliance team, as the TA, as the territorial authority, are compelled to act when the owner of a building does not take steps to comply with an insanitary notice as issued under the Building Act. So I'm just going to show you some images of the annex and the Wairoa Hall. There's been significant deterioration in this year alone. So the top images are photographs that were taken in April by the Biodeck team, and then at the bottom row are more photographs taken by the Biodeck team in September. So you can see a significant increase in the mold in the annex building. Alongside that, we have been, as I say, working with the building compliance team. We're having some various assessments done, including some air quality testing to the municipal chambers building. And there's been a little bit of deterioration in the annex that's kind of having a knock-on effect. These next photos are as a result of BENS carrying out an inspection of the municipal chambers building. So just various different things that Glynis's team are looking to address with the occupants at the moment. But there's a little bit of urgency to remediate these fire aspects. You know, a big thing being that we are currently missing a fire egress route because we can't exit through the annex building. Cool. So yeah, I mentioned before about the heritage listing of the building and the considerations that we have, including work in the vicinity of a heritage building, heritage design considerations for the municipal chambers. They're further complicated by the complexity of the design needed to create a sound and light lock exit entry into the cinema area. There's plans for internal access toilets, and these will also need to comply with building and heritage and resource consent requirements. We've got some budget constraints around the redesign requests that came through, worked through with the stakeholders, and then a paper was presented to council in June of 25 this year, just detailing the potential costs associated with the requested redesign and amendments, and most of it was not feasible while balancing with the constraints under the current budget that we have available to the project. So we've been working to work on the municipal chambers toilets to replace the temporary solution that we've got there. And staff have also identified a potential external funding avenue. And we've submitted a funding application to DIA for the consented design construction works for the municipal chambers building. Okay. So our proposed next steps, so we will return to council next week with a paper requesting a decision on how we proceed. Obviously today is just for information. So our proposed options are we can demolish the annex and reinstate the municipal chambers, and that will help us to remove the non-compliant and sanitary building notice, reinstate our fire egress routes, provide for a healthy environment for the municipal chamber occupants. We can remove the scope of the Wairoa Hall from the currently consented plans and return to it for future planning, or the option obviously there we can demolish the annex and the Wairoa Hall. Really what we want to do is in this process is minimize any risk to a potential application for external funding to DIA. That will help us get that municipal chambers installed and not have a huge impact on the budget that we do have available to the project. And we can also explore other options for funding for a new town hall or event space, and just some things to consider in the decision making. And yeah, look, just really wanted to reinforce, like, the vision for the completed project is to reinstate heritage listed building and create a great space for the community groups who are occupying that space. And yeah, if we can access external funding to help us along the way, I think that's a really great outcome. And yeah, that's went through really quickly. Has anyone got any questions?
Okay, thank you, Sam. Your questions first, Councillor Canton.
Chair, this external funding source, what percentage of the costs is that likely to cover?
It'll only cover for construction costs. I haven't got the details of the application with me here, but I can provide that to you, just what we have applied for. It can only cover the construction costs, and we have to show that we have developed a plan to a degree that we are ready to instigate. So we've got consented plans for the door design that you see there, some of the fire access, egress routes, fire panels, all the things that we're having some issues with the annex being non-compliant and deteriorating.
But I assume the construction costs will be the lion's share of the cost.
Yes, yeah, it'll be a big cost to it, yeah.
Just a couple of questions, if that's okay. On page 81, you had some photographs of damage. On page 81 of the slides, sorry. Go back to that. You've got some photographs there that are sort of a number of months apart. The one on the right-hand side, is that inside the town hall proper?
This one here. Yeah, that's the stage area. That's up on the stage of the Whitehall Hall.
And so, yeah, I mean, it's not part of the annex, which was the piece of building that had been, had this notice on it. It was actually a sound part, the remaining sound part.
Yeah.
What's caused that water damage there? The water damage or?
Yeah, it's water damage, it's mold. So there's leaking starting to happen internally in the Whitehall Hall. So where the annex and the Whitehall Hall are connected, there are some internal gutters that are starting to fail. That moisture is just getting through into everything now at this stage. There's been a little bit of damage. You can't see it in any of those photos, but up over the stage, there's now a hole in the internal linings and water has come in through there.
It's actually quite central in the building, but it's the guttering which is part of the piece that's been added on that water is leaking from there through the actual sound building.
Yeah, and even the external envelope of the Whitehall Hall is is starting to really feel the feel the weather and look, the internal gutters on that side, but even on the other side and toward the middle, it's starting to have a bit of deterioration. On the back of that stage area, there's in the 90s when the annex was built, there's more toilets and backstage area that's earmarked for demolition as well. That is failing really badly. So all that side and the side to the front are all,
So with this, like this April until September situation that you're showing here on the stage, was there nothing that could be done to stop that water continuing to run into the town hall at that time? Obviously, it was evident that it was happening at the time.
There'd be a fair degree of work would need to happen to prevent any more happening to the building. The deterioration is such that it's starting to creep into it. You could go in and replace linings, that kind of thing, but the deterioration is in the bones of the building at this point, that replacing linings or, removing bits and pieces like that, cleaning it up, it would last for a little while, but it's, as I say, the deterioration is such, it's just going to keep carrying through.
So just, I'm not concerned about the annex components because they were intended to be removed. I'm more concerned about the town hall, which I, until very recently, understood was sound, and we now know that in April it wasn't. Is there any other damage in the town hall proper, the old town hall building, other than what we see in the photograph on the stage?
Here's the condition assessment that's been provided as part of the report. There's a fair bit of information in there as to what's happening with the Whitehall Hall. At a high level, look, the roof is starting to fail. If we need to replace the roof, we're going to have to replace the walls. It really, at the end of the day, what you'd be left with by the time you get into a sort of a demolition and reinstatement of the Whitehall Hall is complete removal of the roof and the walls and reinstate all of the roofs and walls, the linings, the internal linings. So I guess the water ingress into that hall now, like you can manage it to a degree, but until the annex and the rear area is removed, it's going to continue to infiltrate that building.
So with regard to the roof of the actual town hall, what's caused that failure? Is it
years of deterioration, I suppose? It's a complicated building. It's quite a tall building as well. It's hard to get up there. Even when we've had our condition assessments done, getting cherry pickers and everything else in there to do that type of thing it's complicated. There's not really a good landing area and perimeter of the building, things like that. But yeah, as I say, until it'd be easier to maintain or reinstate or, you know, do whatever to the Wairau Hall when the annex is removed. That's going to be the, you know, really provide for an understanding of what's happening inside of the walls when we start taking away linings, when we start taking away the annex, when we see what the scale of the damage is. You know, there's always been a bit of contingency built into the project budget for that type of thing. But now we understand it as being a little, you know, quite a bit worse.
Okay, so yeah, the roof started leaking at some stage. And I mean, I know it's two different issues. You've got your annex components that are leaking into the town hall through where they adjoin each other. Now we're hearing that the roof of the actual town hall has also been leaking.
Yeah.
It could have been patched.
I'm not even sure you'd be able to identify on the outside where the water is exactly coming in from. You know, there's quite a bit of addition to the hall that's deteriorating, that needs to be pulled back, pulled away to really see what's going on in there. You know, like I say, it's a tall building. There's people aren't coming and going in out of the Wairau Hall because it's also deemed to be unsanitary because of its connection to the annex building. So if people were, you know, using the building or being able to identify things like this by going in and out, you know, we might have been able to see that, but it's off limits.
I understand it's a very complex building. And just probably not a question for you, Sam, it's probably a question for someone who's in charge of property more, because I had Councillor Szymanski very promptly and correctly raised with me recently that the bricks, etc., of the Whangatoroto Library were falling onto the footpath, and we needed to get some safety measures put in place there. And when I inquired about that, it wasn't clear whether we actually even owned the building. As I've learnt now, I think we do. What have we got in place in terms of our building asset management for ensuring the buildings are being properly maintained, being checked on a, you know, scheduled basis for structural integrity and leaks and stuff? Sue, you're in charge. You're not in charge of.
Chair, I haven't got a property manager, a commercial advisor. That person will be in charge. We've been trying to recruit one for the last 12 months. But what we have done is got an engineer out to the Whangatoroto Library to have a look at it and assess it. And the report coming soon.
And do we have a full schedule of all of our building assets so we actually know what we own, or we don't?
With the previous property manager that we had, didn't have that sort of asset management, but certainly as soon as we can get a property manager, it's something we can do.
Would it be possible to allocate that to someone if we've had 12 months with no one in place?
So, yeah, really keen to sort that. I'm working with the manager infrastructure to look if the parks maintenance could do all the property and facilities, whereas that's a possibility going forward.
Like, we probably need to put, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but we probably need to have something put in place pronto in terms of having a register of what building assets we have and have it allocated to somebody that they are, at least in the meantime, papering over the cracks, because we're not even doing that at the moment. How can we make that happen, Mr. Chief Executive?
Yeah, agree, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, we've got a stronger asset management base now. That's something we've done recently as far as all of our other assets. So we could incorporate that work into that team, but we need to talk about that as well to start with. Nick, you're standing up. Do you have something to add there?
We're currently
Come forward a bit, mate.
I think I probably can answer some of these questions. Whereas Sue looking for a property manager, if someone will look up commercial arrangements. community services team, we're looking for a facilities manager, someone to maintain those assets once we got them registered. So we're in the market at the moment. We'll be interviewing next week, over the next couple of weeks, for a facilities manager, and then ultimately a second facilities manager.
Thanks, Nick. All right, further questions? So Nathan?
Through the chair, yeah, I'm actually like, I feel like I'm gonna have a cry actually, because I had no idea that the hall was in that state. I have seen some images on social media, which were those ones. And yeah, just to tautoko the chair, the mayor here, yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed, to be fair. A newly elected councillor, and that's the state of our taonga, because it is a taonga. We've had many kaupapa there as a child going in from Poto to do events, singing with the rest of the communities. We've had balls there, kumara festivals there, and it's really disappointing to see that that's the state of our town hall. However, moving forward, I think what the chair has suggested, that if we could obviously look at moving that forward team and actually having someone there looking over these important buildings is really, really important. I have seen the architectural or the vision of what it could look like. It looks really good, by the way. And at least the building will still be standing, as opposed to the different conversations that I'm hearing around demolishing it. Well, we're getting rid of that annex, that's the issue. It's like a bad tooth. We need to get rid of the decay. So, but then obviously hearing that the other part of the Wairoa hall is also being a little bit damaged, but hopefully we can still rectify that. I just wanted to, just say, I hope moving forward that we actually have someone there that's looking after our property. And I would be really interested to see what items of buildings we actually own. But thanks, team, and I'm pleased that we've got an awesome team here to obviously come up with some solutions moving forward. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I may, thank you. So I don't want to get sort of drawn into focusing on, the future maintenance of our buildings. We don't have many buildings, we know that for a fact. What this item is actually about is about the town hall and seeking your direction about the way forward here. Team who have not been involved with this project all the way through. It's been a problem since 2019 and been through various different councils to get to the point we're at this point. We need that direction moving forward with the goal of writing a report to you to go on the agenda tomorrow to be released, right? And that's the direction that, if we could just go to that slide, Sam, I'd appreciate it. And that's the kind of direction we're after. It has been a long, drawn out, saga, if I'm honest, and that is just a matter of circumstance. Quite a few councils have tried to fix this through external funding. You'll recall the Better Off funding package from Three Waters in the day was designed to do this. It is what it is, where we are. We need a way forward. That's the direction we're seeking today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Maris, question from Councillor Tane.
Just in relation to the images that you've shown, and if we're thinking about one of the options is potentially looking at the wall and what is the future outlook for the wall. We've got two images here, yet we've got quite a suite of images from the annex. Would we be able to get a few more images of what's happening inside there?
Yeah, I'll, through the chair, there is some reporting that's been carried out. I can have a look and see what photographs are available for the Wairoa Hall. Most of our investigation was concentrated on the annex because that's the bit that we were to remove. And we've always been working to reclad the Wairoa Hall. And yeah, as I say, just as a result of the expiry of the insanitary notice, that investigation had to extend into the Wairoa Hall to ensure that what's sitting there empty and unoccupied is not going to pose an imminent danger to anybody. So I can see what images are there, but send them through.
I think it's, for myself anyway, it'd be good to have more information because, if we have to make a decision on the future of the hall, it'd be good to see, okay, is reinstatement by way of, finding other means to sort of redo it, or is the other option?
Yeah, sure. the condition assessment, really spells out the scope of bringing the Wildrow Hall up to current code to really have it a comfortable, usable space. So there is quite a bit of work that would need to be done. So that does spell that bit out. But I can certainly supplement that with the photographs.
Right, councillor Lambeth.
Thank you. So I just want to establish that for all this time, although we had a property manager looking after it, there was actually no budget for the maintenance. Am I correct, over the last 5 years?
Through the chair, that might be a question for someone else.
Want to?
I'm simply through the McCarthy, I'm Community Services Manager. As part of my team is the Community Leasing Team, and part of that is to look after buildings where we've got community leaseholders. So it does sit within this. There's been a very small budget because, of course, throughout the last 3 years, the focus has been on the remediation that was going to take place.
It answers the question. You know, there were photographs circulating around last year, fully grown cabbage trees growing out of spouting on the town hall. Yeah, so there was obviously nothing. Any spouting will fail whether it's an internal gutter or not, and this is for the town hall itself. So the report's quite extensive. It says that the water damage has got into the existing town hall. The cladding needs replacing. I can probably guarantee that the structure needs replacing, the internal linings need replacing. The aluminium joinery all needs replacing. The roof needs replacing. I hate to think what the structure of the roof structure is like. I can guarantee that'll need replacing as well, let alone the steel portals. If there's water in there, the waterproofing back in the 50s was no good, so that'll probably need replacing. I think when you have a look at these budgets compared to the full rebuild, compared to the, we need to be realistic about this. Whenever we renovate a building, there's a labour content in it, which blows the budget out way beyond what a new build is. You really, I see a lot of nodding.
Yeah, there's risk.
We've got to be realistic, yes.
There's risk involved.
We're not even talking about the deterioration of the concrete foundations, which have been subject also to the moisture, which is also in question in those consented plans all the way through. So,
through the chair, to the condition assessment could only assess what they visually saw and find. It's quite visible with a walk around that there's timber joinery up high. There's a little bit of aluminium joinery on the lower level. The timber joinery is at failure point. The roof's at end of life. Cladding's deteriorated to a point where it's actually rotting through. If you ever walk in the back, so there's significant rot and damage visible. So that's without then determining the unknowns that will be made visible once you remove the cladding. There is a high level of risk there.
I have to think we would be right now if we had advanced some of that other work and what we'd be finding right now. I don't think I'll say anything more.
Thank you, councillor Lambeth. Councillor Canton and then Chancellor Jepson.
Very quickly, so if we would decide to get rid of the annex, separate out the hall as almost effectively a separate project, we're committed to reinstating the municipal chambers being heritage buildings. So we can separate these as almost two separate issues entirely. Annex gone, municipal gets funded, it starts, and it gives us time then to sit there and decide whether probably budgetary constraints being one of the biggest conditions of whether a new build or a reinstatement of the hall gets done. Would that be a fair summation?
Through the chair, yeah, that's, yeah, and once the annex is removed as well, it'll provide a lot of clarity to what's happening behind the walls, I suppose, what's happening with the structural elements. So that is one way you could go about it, like amend it out of the plan, just see what's there, close it up until we can understand what type of funding that we can access to either reinstate the hall or build a new.
And then can I just clarify, that's the first option in the
Yes.
slide there, councillor?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we've got 2 minutes left. I'll go to councillor Jepson, but if there are more questions that need to happen now, this is an important topic, we'll allow that.
So I see, it looks like there's more opportunity to do some cost benefit analysis on what's required, which is probably one of the most important things when you're looking at what we're going to do here. Just go back to the Fagan Place thing, you know, we had to make a tough decision on those retirements in the last 3 years, and we've actually, when I talked to the project manager, he said, thank God you didn't do those buildings up. He said they were, once they got in there to take them apart, it was basically, we would have had to rebuild them. So, you know, that was part of the decision, where there's no solutions, there's only ends up trade-offs, you know. And so we were to decide what our best solution is. This is what we're trading off for that. That's what the community has to buy into, of course, is they have to accept that there's serious issues here. We have to make the best decision and make the best trade-off, because no one's going to be completely happy out.
Right, thank you everyone. Thanks for coming and presenting. I think there's quite a bit more clarity around where we're at with this. It's a really important issue. We need to sort it and fix it, and it's going to fall firmly on our council to make some bold decisions and go ahead with that. So let's try and land it and get it right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Executive,
please,
yes.
so just for the team head off, now the intent is to report this through to the council meeting next Wednesday for a decision. The agenda is going out. We're clear on that?
Yes, we
With
are.
these two options. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving to the Coast Coast Community Pool Operating Model Assessment, and presenting Hayley Worthington and Brett Young. Well, that's because we have a scheduled lunch break. I think we might just carry on if everyone's okay and knock out a bit more. So we'll wait for Brett to arrive, and we'll move to the Tinapai Wharf issues, which is Glynis McCarthy and Brian Hagan. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Glynis McCarthy. I'm the Community Services Manager, and this is my colleague, Brian Hagan. He is the Manager, Project Delivery. I just provide a very short sort of overview, just a little bit about the wharf and where we've come to, and then I'll pass over to my colleague, Brian, who will take you through a PowerPoint and then provide any opportunities for questions at the end of the presentation. The Tinapai Wharf is an iconic structure for the community, and it's been in its current location for over 100 years. There was a major rebuild done in 1990, and it was reopened in 1991. KDC took over the wharf in 2015, and we did some maintenance at the time, including on the wharf, the jetty, the boat ramp, and the breakwater. In 2020, Provisional Growth Fund allowed for us to do a feasibility assessment, and we looked at the top three areas that came out for that was to look at putting a pontoon into the Dargaville Wharf, to do a restructure of the wharf at Pahi, and also to do a new structure in Poto. At the time, the wharf at Tinapai was looked at, and it didn't look like it had major problems. In 2024, some funds were made available to look at both the boat ramp and the wharf area. And as we've started to move through that, in September 24, the wharf was partially closed for safety issues. In 2025, we did an in-depth assessment of the wharf, and this is something that Brian will talk about in more depth. And in July 2025 of this year, the wharf was closed due to safety conditions. Running concurrently with looking at the wharf, Coast Guard and Tinapai came to council, and they identified that the existing breakwater isn't sufficient in high swells and difficult waters in terms of manoeuvring in and out of that area. And so some money was set aside there to look at in strengthening the breakwater. I'll pass over now to Brian, and he's going to step you through a PowerPoint that will just really highlight the issues that we have out at Tinapai and some possible remediations that we can look at.
Thank you, Glynis. Through the chair, we were handed the project earlier this year, and after reviewing the reports we had on hand, it was decided that we needed to do a fresh report with a full marine assessment on the wharf. So basically, we had divers in the water, we had a full invasive inspection of the wharf. So I'll just take you through some of the portions of that report. As you see there, there's quite a number of issues in relation to the piles. So although the Tinapai Wharf is a much loved structure and iconic in the area, of the 40 piles, 9 were seen to be have significant damage to them. And 3 of the piles needed immediate replacement. So it was deemed at the time to close the wharf for health and safety reasons. So, and some of the pile tops on the wharf structure at the head of the wharf are also decaying internally. So it's the nature of treated timber that the perimeter of the pile has got the most treatment and the centre doesn't have as much. So there's a worm called teredo worm, which tends to get in through the sea, obviously. And obviously you can see the decay on that photo to the side there of the pile, tops of the piles on the actual wharf head structure. So the joists and bearers are also basically in pretty average condition, and it's been assessed that they have 5 to 10 years life left in them. So not only the poles, but the actual bearers themselves. Some of the fixings, as you'll see there, quite rusty, etc., need pretty much immediate replacement. And some of the bearers and joists, etc., are undersized for current standards. So 35 years ago, obviously they had a slightly different standard than they do nowadays. So, you know, some of those elements need to be upgraded to current standard. The decking itself was also pretty much at the point of failure with significant rot, and full replacement is recommended. The stairs and connections are also deteriorated badly. And I don't know if you can see in the photo on the right there, the actual bolts are pretty loose and have been working up and down with the tide and created a bit of an oval shape there. So while they did the assessment, they had to also do some repairs to make the structure safe. So there's been some quite major issues discovered, not only in the water but out of the water. So an assessment, the current wharf design does not meet current standards, and the engineers recommending the wharf stay closed, basically recommending that all the decking be replaced, all of the handrails be replaced, some of the bearers and joists be upgraded, and 3 of the poles be immediately replaced, with 9 poles needing replacement in the near future. So obviously it needs quite a bit of work. So strengthening, that what the engineers said is a strengthening of structure is possible, but it is unlikely to be more cost effective than redesigning it. I've just got a few prices here. Might just skip through that slide for a moment because I'll come back to that. So basically when we had the assessment back from the wharf structure, we had a parallel project that is mentioned in the report, which was for the breakwater. So it was proposed that we actually upgrade the breakwater to become more of a walkable platform. There was a request from Coast Guard for breakwater. We liaised with them on the initial design. And then once the report came back from the wharf, we decided to upgrade that structure to something a bit more substantial. similar to the design you see there. These are just draft designs. We don't have a full engineered design yet. And basically the proposal of timber, if you like, at the end.
That pontoon would go up and down.
No, not that one, no. So that's just a concept at this stage. So that was proposed, and we had a community meeting in October with the community, and it's interesting because there was very little support for the breakwater at all, apart from the one gentleman in the room from Coast Guard who was very much in support of it. But the community themselves didn't really feel they needed a breakwater, and they didn't certainly want it in that location. And they felt that if it was to be a potential replacement to the wharf, then they really didn't want it because it wasn't going to be suitable where it was. So by far the majority in the room, and we had a public meeting, we had about 70 participants, and then an online meeting the next night as well. We had quite a number there, so pretty close to 100 people in total. So by far the majority of folk were saying we want our wharf back, we want it restored to a usable structure. There was also a suggestion that the breakwater design could be moved to the wharf position at the moment. So basically move it over towards the east. And but that proposal would need quite a bit of investigation around assessments on basic marine implications for the sediment, etc., and marine environment. Would need a new resource consent, would need quite a bit of planning, etc. So I'll just come back to the pricing. So the initial pricing we had, bearing in mind we've got a wharf budget of 300,000, was that a wharf rebuild would be $2.2 million. The remediation cost would be in the vicinity of $800,000 to $1 million, and the demolition would cost around $250,000. Now, I've actually had some prices back just this morning, which have quite a bit less than that figure. So
for your demolition? For
demolition and remediation and rebuild. So basically covered 3 areas. So I'll just quickly step through them. So option one would be a remediation based on the current marine assessment. I can make that available to you if you want that report as well. Between 500,000 and 820,000. So that's for basically replace the elements that are mentioned in the report as needing replacement. And that would be basically bring it to partial compliance, but would allow the wharf to be usable. So it would be safe and interim, bearing in mind that would only give you a 5 to 10 year lifespan on some of those other elements. So, so the existing piles that are reasonably good at the moment would need to have a look at those. Option two was a partial rebuild. So basically using the good sound piles. So out of the 40, replace the 9 and then replace the decking, etc. That came in at a figure of up to 760,000, so just below the remediation cost. And a full rebuild would be around the 920,000 figure. So that was quite interesting to see. It's basically less than half the initial cost we had. So that's good feedback. Now it's a local contractor. Now we need to just caveat that with that's without a design at this stage. It's just saying like for like replacement based on the current design. Would obviously need to get an engineer's input on that, but that does include demolition costs. Does. So basically this contract is saying they would be willing to look at it for $1 million with full replacement, including demolition. So
local contractors, I assume, sorry, has done this sort of work before?
Yes, yeah, they have.
Councillor Gibson,
Your Worship. Ryan, in the consultation you had with the locals, you managed to ascertain that they wanted the wharf back for fishing off it or for boating off it. What was the split there? Because, when I look at that structure there, it's boating myself, and the majority of people that are fishing out of there are probably taking, aluminium dust, glass, privates, and they're never going to tie up with that. So that would, to me, that's important to ascertain, because if you look at Nangawhai, for example, there's dozens and dozens of kids that are on boats. And to me that's a very strong, desirable option to look at. I think Mike Chemansky was saying that the breakwater current is on the wrong side in terms of where the ocean comes in relation to the breakwater.
Yeah, I think a lot of the feedback came from the meeting, so through chair, came back through the meeting, breakwater should be on the other side. Even if the Coast Guard was coming in, it needs to be sort of broken there. Certainly, I agree, the feedback from public was to, they want their wharf back. Probably doesn't need to be that high. You know, to allow for boaties a bit easier, or if there was a floating part for boaties to actually be able to utilise on it, would be considered an attribute that would be very, very popular, I'd say. The pricing, holy hell, what a difference, from 2.2 million down to $1 million, makes the remediation process seem insignificant, and that a wharf should actually go in, would please them all. And yeah, if it could be done sort of with a boat sort of floating type thing, it would be better still, but my thoughts.
Through the chair, there's a Tinapai Wharf Committee that's been formed, so they're also looking at avenues of external funding to complement this proposal. So they're unaware of these current figures that just come in to me this morning.
I think it'd be great if we sort of another meeting with those people up on site. So we can take the discussion a little bit further.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the scope you've got there is rebuild like for like, essentially, is it?
Correct.
Because I think it seems there is a hybrid proposal emerging, and probably with the community as well, where you could use the moving of a breakwater that you can actually walk along, and maybe have a lower wharf protruding off the end of that, so you have so much wharf and a pontoon for boat access at the same time. So yeah, we've probably got a little bit of design work up to do there with the community, but it sounds like we're possibly heading in a good direction. Councillor Canton.
Thank you, Chair. My question was where you proposed to put this breakwater, was the Coast Guard person happy with where it is? Because I put a boat in there not too long ago, and I would have thought the other side, basically where the wharf is now, would make a far more logical position for it, being that's the prevailing wind side and the prevailing weather side.
Yeah, through the chair, it was a surprise to me that on the night there was very little support for the breakwater in that position, and yet the representative from Coast Guard was actually very much in favour of that position and told us that that's where he wanted it. There is a bit of a rock spool there at the moment. It's very small and effective, but they basically wanted to increase that to a higher height and further out. And so that's basically why we, moved forward with the draft design in that location. So it was actually a bit of a surprise to us to hear that actually, no, it should be on the other side.
Councillor Szymanski, then Councillor Lambert.
The part of feedback from the locals out there also was concerning the demolition of the existing wharf, 250,000. They felt that they'd be quite happy to sort of participate in that and be able to take that out, as long as the money wasn't lost going towards the remediation of the wharf or whatever. Yeah.
Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, here doesn't require all those extra resource consent, building consents and the like, does it? So that's why the cost is probably largely here, like for like. Would that be correct in saying?
Correct, yes.
Once you start adding things on, changing things around, we're sort of going up to that multi-million-dollar project, don't we? So we've got to sum up whether the community want the wharf back, sound and good how it was, or we throw it out to the wolves and trying to get funding for whether we stage to it with a floating pontoon somewhere later down the line, get the wharf fixed, then put that extra bit in as a later addition. That's still What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, there's a bit of design work that needs to be, put in, and also obviously consultation with the community. I'm not sure that a hybrid with the breakwater where the current wharf is, as far as timeline goes, it would take a lot longer. There'll obviously new consents, marine investigation around implications on sediment flow and all that sort of thing. It's quite a tidal area through there.
And that $900,000 cost, that bus left long ago to go down that track.
Obviously doesn't include that aspect of it, yeah.
Councillor Williams, I think we'll move on.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered, what is the current budget? I just can't recall. What money have we got set aside for this project at the moment?
Through the chair, we've got 300,000 in the wharf budget. And there's 100,000 in the breakwater budget. But to date, we have spent on the breakwater 28,000 and on the wharf we've spent 50,000. So it's been about approximately 80,000 spent over 2 budgets.
Through Mr Mayor, if I may, can I just, I think the Coast Guard's quite relevant here because they've been waiting for some time to get their breakwater fixed because they need that to launch. They got a bigger boat, is my understanding, as part of the America's Cup, post-America's Cup. And so in rough weather, they do find it quite hard. So they have been waiting some time as well to try and get that breakwater fixed. So just throw that in there. As far as direction from here, so, heard Councillor Jepson say, further meeting with the community to try and sort of narrow down the design options. Is that the direction you've given us today?
Well, I think as an elected council, we probably need to get our heads around the options a bit better in terms of what might and might not work in terms of other than reinstating the wharf in its historic form, and see if there is a better option. And then once we've done that, perhaps we go back to the community and nail it. I don't know what other members think about that. I could use some greater understanding.
Yeah.
Councillor Canton.
Just going to say, when you've got a proposed breakwater, moving it, effectively not very far another way to meet community expectations, aren't you going to have to do the same ecological testing either way?
Through the chair, potentially, yeah. Yeah. Any change to the current resource consent parameters would mean basically redoing that. Also through the chair, the working group would like to come and present at the meeting next week as well. So you will hear from them next week.
The working group from Tinnipi?
Yes.
Sorry, I missed that.
The Tinnipi working group, they want to come and present at the next council meeting.
Well, that will be good because one of the things that comes up there is we're hearing that the Coast Guard want the breakwater where it is, but then were they presented with a proposal of having it where the wharf is if it was changed? Maybe they weren't. Maybe they would be happy with a different location. I don't know.
The chair, the gentleman presenting at the meeting was pretty adamant that's where the breakwater needed to be.
Okay.
He was concerned at the northwesterly winds that would come in and onto the boat ramp there.
All right. All right. One final question.
Yeah, I suppose it is a question. It isn't really a question, but I just wanted to highlight the importance of having that community feedback, given that the Potal Wharf, the majority of us down there didn't actually want the Potal Wharf as locals. So there was a lot of misconception around A, the height, B, where would the QP2 actually, because the QP2 doesn't use the wharf. So I don't want that to happen to our whānau in Tinnipi. So we've got to get it right, because if it's not done right, then you've got a very big unit there sitting that's not really utilising or doing really what its full purpose is. And like for most boaties, they can't really put their boat on there. The cyclists can't even walk down. I've tried walking down there without a bike, down those steps, which is so dangerous. I wouldn't do it, and I'm a cyclist. So there's a lot of things that I just wouldn't want to have happen to the whānau in Tinnipi. So my suggestion is just please make sure that you've actually ticked all the box and you're thinking about what the purpose is. Because if you don't know what the purpose is and why it's actually there for, if it's fishing, if it's for launching off your boat, if it's for our whānau that are there to actually be Coast Guards, then you kind of miss the mark. So that's just my little bit of upping and support.
Thank you, Councillor Nathan. One of the things that the Chief Executive has attempted to emphasise with us is that the Coast Guard have been asking reasonably urgently to have the breakwater fixed. And we have budget there to do work, and it's almost summer. So we kind of need to find a way forward with that as well, Councillor Canton.
Thank you, Chair. Would it be possible if we've got the steering group from Tinapai coming to the meeting, not to ask if the Coast Guard could also come? Because we could ask them some of these questions about its position. Or a representative from the.
Yeah, so what the Tinapai community are requesting is the formal speaking slide in the council meeting, the public input, we get 5 minutes and then questions at that point. There's nothing to stop the Coast Guard from doing that as well. Yeah, no problems with that.
I wonder whether we're actually heading towards so that we can expedite all this sort of delegating this to a working group of those that have knowledge and talent to help progress this as a project. And, you know, you've got your ward councillors and you've got some keen boaties here that might actually, I don't know, I'm just raising that as a thought, Mr. Chief Executive. Otherwise, we could go round and around in circles trying to get this all back to council every time, whereas if we have a working group, you're not going to have to go through the formal process to get the thing landed with the community, and then it can come to a whole of council.
Maybe put my hand up for a working group.
And yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be fine. You know, as far as timing wise, can I just check in with the team? If we need additional budget, we'll need to incorporate that in the annual plan. Is that the goal here? Yeah. So we would need to
get on with it.
And have it resolved fairly quickly, February-ish, to try and get a decision about any additional funding if needed, to try and make that annual plan.
All right, let's start that conversation now and get, if we are going to do it, get it put in place before Christmas so that we can start working so we're ready to go in February.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I'm happy to take your thoughts about just having an informal group of elected members work with our team.
Yeah, okay, that'd be good.
And then to try and expedite this a little bit better rather than go through the formal process of setting one up.
We'll put that together then. Yep, sounds good. Perfect. Thank you, Glynis and Brian. That concludes this item. I've sort of been playing a little bit fast and loose with the run sheet and trying to get things through, and now we're knocking on 1 o'clock and people possibly want to have a break and might want to eat something before they fade. I don't know. What would you folk like to do around the table? You ready to have a break? You can have 20 minutes then, if you want to do that. Have 20 minutes, grab something to eat and come back. What do you want to do? Yeah, okay. Do that. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are now moving to the Kauri Coast Community Pool Operating Model Assessment, and with us we have Hayley Withington and Brett Young. Thank you, Hayley and Brett.
Thank you. So I'll take the report to read. I'll just give you a little bit of an introduction and background, and then I'll pass over to Brett here. So the Kauri Coast Community Pool opened in 2009, and it was a joint development between KDC and the KCCP Trust, along with strong community support and fundraising. It's the only 50-metre pool in Northland, so regionally significant. It's located in Selwyn Park in Dargaville, and it's owned and managed by Sport Northland. And they in turn contract the day-to-day pool operations to CLM or Community Leisure Management. The pool sits on council-owned land though. We provide them an annual operating grant and have done for the past 6 years, and last year's operating grant was $480,000, split into two parts, the operating subsidy, which was $300,000, and a renewals and maintenance subsidy, which was $180,000. In 2024, at the council briefing, Sport Northland presented their Northland Aquatics Facilities Plan 2023, which they created alongside KDC, FNDC and WDC. And within that presentation, they proposed to relinquish or divest the ownership and management of the pool, and asked council if we would consider taking it on board. That's prompted us to review the operating model and the annual grant as well. So I engaged Brett Young here from Community Asset Solutions to review the current model, the facility assessment and condition, and that should provide us a bit of a guidance around council's preferred options for potential community consultation. So currently the pool relies wholly on our KDC annual grant, and they have a small number of private and public concessions. Without a secured way to fund operations, maintenance and repairs for any upcoming financial years, the pool may not be able to operate and service the community. So I'll now pass over to Brett to take you through his options assessment.
Thank you, Hayley. Kia ora, everybody, and congratulations and welcome to new members. Just to disclose, I am a ratepayer, so no pressure today to ask really good questions. And I also feel quite privileged to do this report, and remembering for the returning elected members, this is the second iteration of the review of the pool. So there's a blend in here of the original March report and also an updated kind of briefing section to give us a bit of a guidance steer, I guess, on where we head primarily with the ownership options going forward. So it is a large piece of infrastructure in your area, but it is also really, really important. So at the first meeting and then that original report in March, the two key principles were really around continue to invest in it by way of grant to give us time to investigate the ownership options in the best way forward. And that's primarily about what we are here today to present. Back in March, that was the condition assessment. I returned last week to view where Sport Northland was at with improvements for the coming season. See that nice big red blob in the middle? As most of us who know swimming pools will tell us, that's the critical part of the pool. That's the plant, that's the filters, it's the filtration, it's the chlorine, it's the dosing tanks. All those things that, if we don't look after, will crash a pool into the ground and will make it very, very expensive to operate. Guess what? That's happened here in many respects. So that plant, I'd probably, after last week's visit, be nice and kind to Sport Northland. That 0.25 has come down. So it's probably around a 4. But very quickly, it's going to go back to a 4.5 if we don't address some of the bigger maintenance items of the plant. And as we know, we've got a very flash solar system on the roof, which is, in my view, is causing downstream issues across the whole operating system of that pool. But Sport Northland so far invested 170k in the maintenance. As Hayley referred to earlier, the maintenance subsidy aspect was 180k. That was in reference to the March report that I presented around what the community and some of the maintenance experts were saying would do to get it back up to a good operating model for the coming season or two. I've since found some other areas that they were keen to spend some money on. So just so we can actually get a picture of where we sit with how a pool operates. The income, as you can see with the pool between the 2 years, it's jumped up over the $500,000 mark. So remember, to the returning members, I said we kind of roughly need about $500,000 for a pool to operate at this scale. I wasn't far wrong, just quietly. Actually online, aren't I? But as you can see there, the KDC grant really sucks in a lot of that income to that. Pool operations itself, now that's the learn to swim classes, the entries and the selling of the goggles and that sort of thing accounted. This year season for 74k. That's primarily due to a really good summer. So when we have a really good summer in a seasonal pool, we get good access and good entry and kids coming in as well as their families. And then the other income, which included some grants. So there was some grants that were applied for and successfully received to help with the operations of the pool. But as you can see, the expense columns there really tell the true story. And so remembering also that this report for briefing, the full report will be a little bit more scrutinised in terms of those numbers and its accuracy. Staff costs for the last year's report were reduced a bit, which is interesting. It's because they delayed the opening. It's as simple as that. And the operating model was probably more, the season was more from December, late January, late November. Insurance hasn't changed much, but I think it's really important to keep an eye on that as insurance costs in the sports world go through the roof when it comes to premiums as well as payouts and claims. Energy costs, it's open more, so we've got a little bit more cost there. That's primarily electricity, thanks to our solar system. The water costs have dropped considerably. They filled that 50 metre pool up less. That's probably what it boils down to there. And then the maintenance spend, they've kind of reacted to, I guess, some of the locals and some of the internal criticism, sort of saying, hey, we need to fix some things. So hence the maintenance cost is up. But I must warn you that maintenance spend is reactive. Not a lot of proactivity in that maintenance. And just further in the operations, CLM operates it, as we know, they also operate the Whangarei Aquatic Centre. So they've got some good experience at operating pools. They've got about 23 other pools around the Auckland area. So they do a pretty good job at knowing how to be pool safe. Notice our visitation was around the 21,000 for the previous year with the closures, around that 15,000 mark. So it all relies so heavily on a really good season. Subsidies, as Hayley pointed out, the primary scope for income. But as you can see, the subsidy per visit, as we get better season, dropped significantly. So about $6 a person. It's pretty significant, even though the visitation was up around 6,000. But I also want to draw your attention to some recent Facebook, a recent Facebook post. If you follow the Kauri Coast Community Pool web page, Facebook page, you will notice that the community are pretty angst about the delayed opening of the pool. And that post was on Labour weekend. I think a lot of the community still expect that there's a Labour weekend opening and there's a kind of a summer thing. I think they're still entrenched in their mind that that's the season. And there's still no evidence of an asset management plan for this facility. And given that's kind of what I do, on a facility of that scale, it's really important to have such a thing. because that gives our plan maintenance a better crack. And they'll also know that we've got to address things and not be so reactive. So moving swiftly on to the ownership options, that gives you the picture of thinking now about, do you want to own an asset of this scale? So as we already talked about, the key driver was the aquatic facilities plan in 2023. Key recommendation was for Sport Northland to divest aquatic facilities. They're in the process of that with Whangarei. We kind of thought that had happened already, but it hasn't. It's going to happen in the next LTP cycle, is my understanding. And that also triggered Sport Northland to kind of approach KDC about, hey, can we do something with this? Would you like to be the new owners? And these are the options that I presented back in March 2025. So in general, highlight areas, Sport Northland retain it, council owns it. We might look at a private owner, but I've kind of written that off now in future thinking. And then of course there's a community trust model, which has a little bit more flavour when we start talking about hybrid ownership and the ability to not be so close-minded about council ownerships. No, is there a private-public partnership or a public-private partnership model to be had? And so I've now drilled into probably the two most realistic ownership options being a council-owned model and also a hybrid model. You can have the peas any way around you like. I guess that's the flavour of the beauty of it being a PPP model, is it can be any way around. It's important to also note that for any non-council facility, a subsidy is always going to be a thing. There's always got to be a level of rate subsidy in an aquatic facility of that scale. I do at this stage recommend the council-owned ownership model because it's safe and it's consistent and it's commonplace around the country. But given I wrote this before last week's crazy government announcements, or interesting government announcements, I should say, probably should have taken that out of being bold. So the CCO model, for example, could be interesting now that there is some changes to that thinking in Wellington. So in my view, the key parts of a council-owned model, whether it's in-house, whether it's council-controlled or it's kind of a hybrid community model. So regardless, council owns the asset and is responsible for the asset. That's the key underlying feature here. The council-controlled organisation, of course, very common in Auckland with their big guys. And in Northland, we've got what, Northland Inc. and Three Waters coming, or Healthy Waters coming. Sorry if I got that. Has done well. Northland Waters done well. Yeah. Thank you. I'm off grid, just saying, so I'm kind of don't know about the water thing.
One of those will probably be what it is next month, right?
Yeah, well, that was a slip of the tongue on purpose, by the way. So the whole council-controlled model has flexibility. You can own it, you can control it, but you can also bring other investors in to help you deliver a really cool community solution. And I think it's coming a little bit more commonplace around the country, which is quite good. You'll see some interesting examples in the final report of how there are some small community groups doing shared ownership models. You know, you'll see the Sportsville thing in Dargaville, but outside of Auckland and outside of Northland, there are some Sportsville models appearing, which are taking a new shine a light in terms of ownership. Sport Canterbury, for example, are doing some interesting things around some of the facilities in that Canterbury area. Of course, forced on them by 2011 tragedies. So the whole element around council owning it is it enters your asset books and it becomes a critical asset to keep an eye on, regardless of how you govern it. But herein where lies, I think, the beauty of the hybrid model. So the PPP and the hybrid model could potentially come out of a council ownership into a community ownership if you've got that courage. But remember, you're probably returning to that I'm looking at you, councillor, in respect of that, given your history with the pool. The previous, before Sport Northland, it was a community trust. So there are some elements of, I guess, risk that you'll need to consider if you're looking back again at a community model. The other half of my life lives in the community funding space across New Zealand, and it's tough. The funders are really, really hard to get anything out of at the moment. So the risk of funding something of this scale potentially raises some risk. But where the hybrid model becomes important is you can actually attract community owners. And we know, and I've talked to various people around the new trusts that have come into the Dargaville area around energy and around water. So there's potential new players in the market that could actually bring some, I guess, realisation to managing a pool or a facility of this scale. Mention that at the bottom. Pictures paint, or in this case, not paint, 1,000 words in many respects. So when I visited in March, you will see the 50-metre pool in use with, you know, lots of good activity and splashing around and blue water. Right now, it looks like that in the next 2 slides. So herein lies one of the challenges that we face with a seasonal pool, is that it's closed down April through to, in our case, December. And maintenance is now being done to get it ready to open for December the 13th, which is the new opening date. And that's what it looked like last Thursday. But that's not uncommon. So please don't be scared by the look of what it looks like. Once the cleaners move through it, et cetera, it'll kind of look like what it is on the left. There's a bit of other activity happening. There's quite a lot of activity happening behind those walls in terms of the plant, councillor. So that's quite good. Filtration, media systems and things that I will bore you silly with, but technical aspects of running a pool are being remedied as we speak, to the tune of 170k, as I mentioned before. So that's the active hydro toddlers pool there. That was a picture sent to me actually from early days of opening, probably in your day, Councillor Lambeth, back then. That's you in the yellow shirt, isn't it? And I also wanted to raise the picture I took of the roof. I had a quick peek up there. There is no change. Again, the benefit of having a pretty good summer and a pretty good winter. I guess the summary point here to make is that from a maintenance point of view, the plant is the key thing. The general facilities are quite appealing, as I mentioned in the last report. They just need a bit of a clean, bit of love, and it's good. There's a few tiles being fixed. You'll see that road cone. We all love road cones, but that cone's there because of drying tiles to the entrance of the toddler into the pool. That is the quick summary.
Thank you, Brett. I just to get my head around some of the numbers to start with, maybe Sue, where are we at 1% of rates now? About, we're at 600k, and we have a subsidy of 300 plus 180, which gives us 480 per annum to subsidise the operational shortfall, which is getting up towards 1% of rates. You also had in the subsidy per visit, which is $18.47. What are we charging as a general entry now?
450, 440.
We've got 440, 440. So 440 plus 18.47. So you're $23 is the cost, the total cost per swim. Yep.
Pretty general, but pretty spot on.
And at the start, Hayley, you said that it was a regionally significant pool. It's the only 50-metre pool in the whole of Northland. How many swim meets have been held there over the past year?
They have about 2 or 3 per season, so I'm going to assume that this season would be similar to past seasons.
So those 2 or 3 swim meets, are they district, regional or national competitions?
They won't be national, they'll all be district and regional.
District and regional?
Primarily swim club.
Swim club? And when you say swim club, what do you mean by that?
Surrounding swim clubs.
So most of the use is the local swim club. There are regional competitions happening there 2 or 3 times per year. Yep. Thank you. Right, any other questions?
So if I can just add that we are seeking direction today on the focus for our report that I will need to write this afternoon to get out to you tomorrow. And so can I whittle down the ownership options to being KDC ownership in some form, or asking Sport Northern to seek alternative ownership options through the community?
I don't know, but I mean, I think that Brett raises a valid point for the environment we're heading towards in 2029. We've just had government announce we may have rates capping 2 to 4%. We're looking at close to 1% just to operationally subsidise the pool alone. So it's probably something that councillors need to have a think about. It's a lot of information and a lot of options, and I don't know whether anyone's in a position to indicate. No one's putting their hand up. One, there we go.
Just as a question, a big blob of red in the middle there. Why, when it's so early on in the piece, is the plant so deteriorated that we need massive spending into that? You know, what's actually going wrong with?
Not the short answer or the long answer, but the short answer is the same as the long answer. So the pool built 2009, the operating plant was fit for purpose back then, but it hasn't had a lot of long-term maintenance strategy around that. And in recent years, so pool plant, you can get a stretch of about 13 years out of high, plant and filters and anything that's got a pump on it. Yeah. Will give you about 15 years if you're lucky. So you've gone way past that. So in that first report, 15, 16 years of life so far. And some of that plant, because it's been turned on and off seasonally as well, it doesn't help. Like that solar system on the roof, with the heat, it compacts all the filters and all the washers and all the O-rings, and it just backflows. And it's my recommendation in the last report was to remove it as soon as possible, because it's impacting on the rest of the operational plant for the pool. Short answer, Mike.
I have a bit of context now. So just going back, the original pool in the Darwin community was there since the early 1900s. And by the turn of the century up to 2000, there was a need to look at replacing that. They had a Splash 2000 committee which failed, and the council turned it down. And then in 2005, the chief executive of the council then took the lead and said we must get a pool to replace the existing pool. We need to replace the existing pool. And it was driven very much by the council, who then appointed different people from different parts of the community to form the trust. And I was dragged into as one of those trustees in 2005. At that time, the operating budget that the council were providing for the old pool was $105,000 per annum. $55,000 of that was paid for wages, and a light amount was paid for everything else as far as maintenance of the old pool. It was on the corner of Gordon Street. Which our two former councillors know very much, because we spent many hours there. So when we look at 2005, and if we look at a ratio of 72, which is which is a growth indicator. And we go out now 20 years, two lots of, even if we go to 10-year growth, it's still on target even with this operating budget of what we were spending before. We double every 10 years. The pool cost 6.25 million to build, of which the trust raised everything. There was no debt to the council. The council did not buy this pool. That's why the ownership was transferred on for a minimal amount, because of the community ask. So that pool now, even with the maintenance that is required, will probably value out. There was some strange accounting done around about 10 years ago where the pool was valued at 9 million and shown as a loss against the council figures of 9 million. That was bizarre accounting. I don't know where that's come from, but that could probably be a true value of it now. If we do take it over, the council get a gift of 9 million, but it's what is the gift, is whether it's a poison chalice or not. And that's what you've got to decide. Going back to the startup, it takes a week to start it up because that's the way it's built. The staff come over and they've got that as the exterior pool is a beautiful sparkling product after a week. I got to admit this, the solar panels, it wasn't a decision by the trust. It was they were gifted to us. And there's that old saying, sometimes the most expensive advice you can get is free advice. Well, probably these solar panels are evacuated tubes rather than a water heating. And that's caused a lot of problems because we have blowouts every year. We were not given a maintenance budget by the chief executive at the time because he guaranteed he would cover it. Guaranteed, the council guaranteed that they would cover any maintenance that was coming up. That did not happen for the 10 years operating as a trust, and that trust managed to maintain it from their funds alone. What else can I say about it? No, that's probably better, just to put some clarity on it. So, well, you know where I'm coming from. It can be a gift. It is the trust, because it was not council owned and it was the Carey Coast Community Pool Trust, that's where they managed to get most of the funding from. You'll notice that the two biggest costs are power and water. That's significant. Right, the other thing I will say is that I had a meeting back 9 months ago, and there was 2/3 of the people gave their apologies, but they classed it as a friends of the pool, and we had a meeting of around about 16 or 17 people who were keen to go and be involved in the trust to run it again. So there we go. That's my.
All right, Councillor Nathan.
Thank you for giving a little bit of clarity there, Councillor Lamberts. Looking at the options, and great options, by the way, you get a 10 out of 10. Honestly, my perspective is that we need to think about the overall health and safety of our tamariki in the water. So water safe is really, really important and quite pivotal. The only other places for our tamariki and families to swim is Bailey's Beach, Glens, you've got Potal Point, and you've got the lakes. But unless our children are actually getting some sort of basic, like swimming in a pool, which is, they have lifeguards, mum and dad are there, whānau are there, we've got to also think about it from a bigger picture or context of the health and well-being of our tamariki. I'm an ex-swim station instructor, so I understand the importance of teaching our children how to actually be safe in water. So the option that I was actually looking at that you put on there was actually the hybrid one, because I've had people from the community come up to me and say, look, why doesn't the council approach businesses that may be keen in actually investing in the pool, knowing that it's a safe place for our families to actually go to?
And from my own perspective as a kaiako teacher, instructor, I'm also really mindful on the safety and high rate of drownings that are happening within our communities, that we do need to start looking at how, if we did take that over and also put the community along with us, we've got an overall buy-in. I am listening to what our chair is stating, that things are going to be changing within that landscape. So if we can get the buy-in of the community, I think it will be a lot more favourable. One thing that did come up too was when the pool's actually open. So I did listen to your comment about the rationale behind why it's opened, I think on the 15th or the 13th of December. At the moment, it's extremely hot. And people want to go do manus in the pool rather than go and do manus off the Poto Wharf because it's too far and there's too many potholes, or even doing any manus. So we've got a lot of our kids doing manus actually off the wharf in the Wairoa River, which is not safe. Honestly, man, I feel like saying to them, go up to the local pool. Oh, hang on, it's not open. So there's also, things are changing with the environment, with the temperatures of heat, where a lot of our families are wanting to take their children to the local pool. So that's just my 5 points.
Thank you, councillor. Just to note, one of the attachments is the what is it called? Strategic, what is facilities, Northern Facilities Strategic Study. And that does say that we are under provisioned in pools across the Kaipara district, and actually proposed to focus on Otumatea High School pool and opening that up as a public pool. So we definitely appreciate that feedback, that swim safe and that need for having a physical location for young kids to learn to swim is a real priority that we should be considering.
Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor Larson. $4.50 per entry seems particularly low, even in a tough economic climate. I know it's a community pool and everything, but is there any scope, if we're looking at a hybrid model, that someone's take it over, but it can increase the admin or the entrance fee so that the ongoing cost of running the facility doesn't fall quite so heavily on the council?
Of course, if council owned the pool, then we would be able to make a determination on pricing. But since Sport Northland own the pool, they make full determination of pricing, opening hours, frequency of use. So yeah, if we had control of it, that is something that we would be able to do.
Councillor Lambert.
Thank you very much. There's also things to consider, and I'm not going to suggest, well, I am going to suggest it, but there's great subsidies if we drop the price down to zero. That when you talk about raising the money up, that small amount, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't really make that much difference if we were to open it up to under 10s or whatever to a zero, and we could get a subsidy. So we could probably make it more viable that way. Sorry.
Where would the subsidy come from, Councillor Lambert?
That would be for the trust to get from the health or whatever, or
lotteries.
Yeah, lotteries and all that, because it was a free entry. I'm not prepared riddle.
Yeah, there is some complexity around subsidies outside of a council subsidy, but it certainly is a lot more appealing to a Foundation North or a lotteries to have a lower barrier to access rather than a higher barrier.
And that extra little amount would not actually amount to much. And
yeah, you can see there 74.
I don't really care where the money comes from, and just confidence of it falling solely on rate payers.
So think about Mayor Brown. I'm talking about Len Brown now. Way back in the first iteration of Auckland Council, one of his campaign strategies was free entry to pools. That is now still in existence for certain age groups and is very, very popular.
Really free though, isn't it?
No,
for ratepayers. Not for ratepayers, no. In terms of access.
A lot of the people who go to the pool actually are subsidised anyway to pay for that entry.
All right, well, I don't know that we're landing anywhere today, but thank you for your presentation. We've got a lot of thinking to do about this in a short time frame, so we're going to have to move on it. Mr. Maris, would you like to close off this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so obviously got some good conversation, great presentation today. The intent is to bring this through to the council meeting next week. Now, the reason why we have to do that is because obviously we've got an annual plan process coming up, line by line budget review and all that sort of stuff in February. We need a decision to allow time for whatever the model you decide to get worked through by 1st of July next year. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, ideally much before the 1st of July. 1st of July would be.
We need a decision so then we can work it through, right? So if the decision is, for example, a hybrid model with a private partnership, then, you know, obviously we have to go through the legalities of all of that, negotiate with Sport Northland, then, you know, I think the intent from that model would be, hopefully, council funding reduces, private funding increases over time. So we need to sort of work that through as well. So that process is not going to be quick. So we need time to do that ahead of the annual plan.
That's correct. Yeah, and just a reminder that Sport Northland own this pool. And so we can make recommendations to them as to what they should do with it. But really our main mechanism is our funding mechanism. Yeah.
Yeah. Just in closing, the suggestion of subsidy as in reducing the amount we collect from people, therefore possibly making it better, which seems initially counterintuitive. Could we have a little bit of a better understanding, not today, subsequently, about how those mechanisms might work? Because if they can work, being a free entry and getting more money. You said it. Let's see the numbers.
It kind of fits with our economic plan for the district too. You know, we've got growth going on Dargaville. It's subsidizing housing for people coming in with facilities for the future. Just how we decided to take it forward.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. That is the last item in open, I believe. So I declare the briefing closed. Thank you. Let's go and have a break for 5 minutes if you want to.